need you more. I 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 need you more.
And let's get ready to RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call on our super secret special Sunday system stream anti-Superbowl thingamajig. Oh, I gotta get chat set up here. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. We are excited to be here. Excuse me. Good stuff. Super Bowl should have just started, which means I'm not paying attention, and nor am I watching. So down with sports ball. Yeah. So okay. So basically, for the uninitiated and the unsupported, I'm not a sports guy. I mean, I enjoy, some sports elements. I go to, if people offer me an opportunity to go to a sports game, I'll go to a sports game. However, I am not a sports guy. I grew up playing hockey. I played hockey through high school, and then I didn't play in college. I still like to ice skate, but I do like hockey. But do I watch the NHL? No, not really. I mean, we don't have an NHL teams here. That's part of the reason, I suppose. But realistically, I just, I don't really follow the sports. Secondly, the other sport I did was martial arts. I did Taekwondo. So those were my sporting choices, sporting games of choice. Now, I play racquetball, which is obviously not anything remotely popular. But in the annals of sports, American football has to be the worst. And I'll tell you why. American football is the sport equivalent of taking a RPG combat, but making it real life, which is to say a 24-second combat, aka a 4-round combat, somehow takes like an hour. Extrapolate that, and you end up with football. Somehow, football manages to take a 4-hour event, which only has an hour of the clock. And in that hour of the clock, the ball is actually only in play for apparently like less than 5 minutes. So in 4 hours of sports, you are actually getting 5 minutes of actual in play between whistles gaming. Crazy. That's not enough juice for my squeeze. It's not enough juice for my squeeze. So I'm out. Amongst all the sports, I'm out. Now I look as a war gamer. I appreciate the strategy. I've played Blood Bowl. I've played Blood Bowl leagues. I appreciate the the strategy of the teams and it's very much a team game. I get that. And maybe it's because I don't really fully I don't know the intricacies in and outs of the game, but it's just hard to get excited. So that's number one. That's item the first. Okay. Hold on a second. Item the second. Also, like a bad TTRPG, it seems to me, and again, I am a casual observer, a noob, an outsider. Unlike, now I don't know every single sport, but like another bad TTRPG, it really does seem like it is easily fudgeable by the GM. In hockey, penalties are usually pretty clear and pretty obvious, but even if they aren't or they are, for example, if a penalty has occurred in hockey, they don't stop the play until the other team that committed the penalty gets the puck. So in other words, it doesn't like stop a play in the middle. If you have the puck and the other team commits a penalty, they don't like stop the play. They wait until your play is done. But they don't just give you a free point or anything like that. No, you go into the penalty box for 2 minutes and then you get a power play. In football, they will rewind an entire play and just not only cancel that play, they will just decide for the most outrageous reasons that, you get 10-yard penalty or whatever. And okay, sure. Penalties are penalties. Those exist in any game. But football is, as I understand it, fundamentally a game where people are throwing their bodies into each other. And so is hockey. It seems like in football, you get a penalty for touching people. It's crazy to me how empowered the refs are. And the amount of penalties that occur in a football game is just unbelievable. So not only is the game itself fundamentally, not really a lot of time in the game being spent playing it, but then the refs really seem, I do think basketball is really horrible too, Dr. Metropolis. I think basketball is also really horrible with the way they both call and don't call penalties. I saw, the traveling might as well not even exist anymore, correct. And Keith, part of the reason for this, as I understand it, now I'm not a big sports guy, but I'm surrounded by people who are, but part of the reason I believe is it's a business. It's not a sport. It's a business. Quarterbacks are big money, and quarterbacks get hurt. It means less money for the franchise. It means less money for the league. And it's not good for anybody if a quarterback gets hurt. So again, they kind of have the owners and the powers that be, the players league, right? All they want is money. The players want money. The owners want money. The league wants money. And they're just looking at it going, how do we get the most money? It's one or two steps away from being WWE, professional sports entertainment. So that's number two. That's the second reason. It's like the ref and all that other stuff. Okay. Reason the third. This is, again, true for all sports, but man, is it bad for football. Sports betting is terrible and it's going to destroy this country. I say this is a guy who tries to go to Vegas 3 or 4 times a year. Okay. Maybe not anymore because I don't have a job anymore, but I like gambling. I do. But sports betting in America is, especially on your phone. I mean, sports betting's been around forever. It was illegal. You did it through bookies. But it was legal in Vegas. Right. But now that it's on your phone, it is a unbelievable plight. So it's crazy. And the thing is that here's the thing that's even crazier of it. Not only is it's bad enough that it exists. And again, I like gambling. I go to Vegas. I'm not anti-gambling. But like the fact that like Pete Rose didn't get into the Hall of Fame because he placed a bet not against his team, against the other team. Now you literally have paid sponsorships of games by DraftKings, right? Or by, MGM Sports Bet or whatever. It's wild, the infiltration. Now, when you watch like a pre-show or like a ESPN or whatever, instead of talking about the, instead of talking about the whatever, they talk about the line, Okay, Scotty doesn't want me to change the topic. Okay.
Scotty Fournier tipped $35. Love the topic.
By the way, the tip goal is $250, but if you tip $25 or more, you can change the topic. But apparently Scotty wants to lock us in, so thank you, Scotty. I also don't know where that $31 for the super chat support came in from, but nothing popped up on my screen. So thank you. If that was somebody, thank you. Thank you, Scotty. So sports betting is a plight. It's terrible, but football, and it's terrible in all sports, but I don't know. It seems like it's particularly bad in football, and that's probably just because football is the most popular American sport. Oh, okay. Thank you, London. Okay, it was 31. All right. I guess it just didn't reset. Way to go. So that's the first reason. That's the second reason. That's the third reason. What is the fourth reason? I have a fourth reason. Boy, I don't remember it, but I got distracted by the gambling. But it's just, it's just not a great and not an entertaining sports. And so I just, and of course the money and the infiltration of the money and the level of the money, it's just crazy. And again, props to the people who do it, but man, it is a wild, it is a wild thing that we have here. So yeah, I mean, I don't really like sports, but of the sports, I like football probably the least. I mean, in terms of, again, juice to squeeze ratio, football, American football has to be absolutely the worst, by far, for sure. So, yeah. So that's it. Now, I remember my last one. This is a Derek issue. Sorry. I remember the last one. Now, baseball takes the cake on this because baseball literally will add numbers together that have different denominators, which is not a thing that you're allowed to do, to create made up statistics, looking at you like slugging percentage. But there are statistics in football that just make no sense to me because it's crazy. Like they'll look at a quarterback, and one of the things of quarterbacks is like, how many passing yards did they get? Okay, great. That makes sense to me. Except how they determine a passing yard is the quarterback throws the ball 10 yards. The quarterback throws the ball 10 yards. The receiver catches it. And then the receiver proceeds to run 60 yards down the field. That quarterback gets 70 passing yards. What? No, you didn't pass the ball for 70 yards. You passed the ball for 10 yards. What a bullshit statistic that is. That wasn't the quarterback. That was the running back or the wide receiver. I don't even really know the positions all that well. Like, that's such a dumb statistic. Sports statistics are supposed to be useful. That doesn't tell me anything about the quarterback. It tells me a lot about the wide receiver. So there's a lot of really weird and silly and stupid, decisions. Oh, and I get it from, again, it's just like, it's another thing is like, they always punt most of, the receiver gets 70 yards too. Yeah, it's completely nonsense from a statistical standpoint. Why isn't it 10 and 60? They've got the technology. I know they have the technology. Make it 10 and 60. So yeah. Passer rating makes me so mad. Why does it go from 0 to 158.3? Again, sports statistics in general are pretty terrible. Hockey statistics, not too bad. But okay. True. Panic satanic. I don't know what the right solution is, but it shouldn't be counted as passing yards, but yeah, correct. Again, that's fine. The team as a whole got 70 yards, but I still think that it undersells the, it undersells both the quarterback oversells or undersells the quarterback, So anyway, this is me ranting about sports and specifically about football. There's other elements too. Like, and again, I appreciate it, but I think it does make it like football is a really short season. These people get paid a lot of money to play once a week for like a couple months. That's crazy. That's crazy. And so I think football is very possible. It's very easy to get like, now, baseball, honestly, is too much. But it's this weird, like, it's too probable for, like, crazy, weird upsets. And even the fact that the Super Bowl is just a single game, it's crazy. Now, I'm not saying we need 162 or 165 games or whatever like we have in baseball. Okay, true. That is true, except you are going to make it hard for me to believe that hockey isn't as rough, if not rougher, than football, especially since they actually play for the whole time, and they're playing multiple games a week. So, anyways, yeah, I'm sure I'm nothing has changed. Strat, this is this is the 4th annual Anti-Superbowl stream. So now, how do I feel about Blood Bowl? Blood Bowl's great. Number 1, Blood Bowl's turn based. Number 2. Blood Bowl, you can, decapitate your opponents. You could literally, like, if you're Orc and Goblin and you're playing at home, you can throw your, person you could throw your opponent into the stands and then the stands will beat him up, So, Blood Bowl is pretty sweet. What are my thoughts on professional wrestling? Well, that is, I used to watch it, when I was a teenager or whatever like that. I never thought it was real. I appreciate the artistry. I appreciate the, it's like watching Cirque du Soleil, but, for guys, basically, for men. But, they're doing some crazy stuff. Thank you, Bardic Hospitality, for the 8 months. Bardic Hospitality says, I would love a monthly sports rant stream. I mean, that's just not me. I mean, again, I don't know enough to even really complain accurately, but WWE's drag, there's an element of it, for sure. Again, it's really funny. I've told this story a million times. It's a football story. But in 2003, Gen Con was held for the first time ever in Indianapolis. So the people of Indianapolis had no idea what Gen Con was. And I was at Gen Con. And Gen Con, the Gen Con Indianapolis Convention Center is next to what is now Lucas Oil Stadium, the football. And I remember I was waiting to cross the street, and there was a preseason game. Gen Con was late that year in August, and there was a preseason Colts game. And on the other side of the street, waiting to cross the street, were all the Gen Con people, who the people of Indianapolis did not know yet. And all the people I was standing with were all the people going to the football game. And they were making fun of the nerds, and they were talking about how weird they were dressed. And, oh, my God, is that guy dressed like a dragon or a fairy? Meanwhile, look around to the left and right of me. Everyone's wearing blue and white. There's a guy with a horse head on, people with face paint painted on their face. And what they didn't understand is, they're nerds too, just nerds of a different thing. Curling is great. Curling is great. I used to love the Winter Olympics, but or I used to love all the Olympics, but I don't really watch it anymore. I don't really watch much TV, period. But I remember when it was 2008, Michael Phelps in Beijing. I remember that happened during Gen Con. And I remember when Michael Phelps was that last series of events where Michael Phelps was going through like for the world record or the Olympic record. And I remember being in the Hyatt. This is when I wasn't when I was really super proud to be an American and all the other stuff. I remember sitting in the Hyatt, and this is during Gen Con, and everybody was watching swimming. And if you've been to the Hyatt at Indianapolis, that like there's all these balconies, and everybody was like, going "Go USA." It was pretty cool. It was fun. And it was a great thing. And then the next year, 2009, I actually went to Beijing, and I actually got to go to the Olympic Village. It was pretty cool. And I got to go to the Aqua Cube or whatever, and I got to tour it. It was pretty neat. I've also been to the Olympic Village in Barcelona, which is also cool. Curling is, fundamentally, curling is just, bocce ball on ice, horseshoes, I guess, in a certain sense. It is a cool sport. It's really cool. It's fun. There's a place that does curling around here. I've never gone, but yeah. Of course she is, Tim. Yeah, look, take anything that you're doing, now do it on ice, right? It automatically, or snow, it automatically sounds, cooler. I don't know what to tell you. Look, I'm a hockey guy. I'm a skier. I haven't skied in a while, but since before COVID. But yeah, I like the outdoors. I like the wintertime. What can I say? Anyways, now this is very true, Tim. It's it's a lot like bands for me personally. I find that I much more enjoy a live music if I know the band's songs. Right? If you go to a live performance and you don't really know the band's album or their repertoire, it's not as cool. So yeah, knowing the rules is helpful. But saying NFL is 1 or 2 steps away from being WWE was savage, which I'm not sure if you're aware. Modern WWE really shits the bed by chasing money. Well, I think football shits the bed by chasing money. So yeah, the NFL I think shits the bed by chasing. I remember He Hate Me. That's the only thing I remember from the XFL. Oh, and that absolutely ludicrous way that they did the kickoff, where they put the ball at middle field and everybody would just bum rush it. Crazy. Anyways, happy to keep talking about sports, but in theory, this was going to be a anti-Superbowl party, so I just didn't want to start off with that. But Scotty tipped $25 for keeping us on topic here. Oh, I know, it was a crazy idea. It was absolutely ludicrous. Yeah, I wasn't really sure what we were going to do today. Now, we joked around that we had the absolutely, completely, and ludicrous idea that we were going to do a read-through, not a deep dive, a read-through of the AD&D 2nd Edition Player's Handbook. So I don't know if we were actually serious about that or not, but Strat says, wait, that was a joke? Is anything ever really a joke with me? Yes, no, maybe. Do I have the PDF up? Yes, I do. Did I see the new Fabulous Ultimate Playtest? I did. Steam driven. I did. It was pretty cool. I like the crit. I mean, I think crits should do more damage, so I'm going to implement that rule for sure. My players don't know. I have no interest in the styles thing, so I don't really worry about that. And I think that repurposing them as a heroic is fine, but then like you don't get your first heroic, so it's a little weird. That weird front loading, and then you don't get something is a little strange. I have no problem. Frenzy's like, some people don't like critting, so here are some alternate rules for Frenzy, and I'm like, do people really have a problem with Frenzy? And then I was actually surprised at the Fabula XP rule. I just assumed that was the rule. I didn't actually realize it wasn't the rule. So yeah, I was looking forward to Fabula Ultima last week, but unfortunately my mom had other ideas. All right, well, fuck it. Let's get into it. We'll at least do a chapter. You know, we don't have to do the whole book here. We'll do a chapter at a time. Let's see. Maybe we'll do like chapters 1, 2, and 3. AD&D second edition sounds kind of awesome. That's all the export I needed. All right, AD&D second edition player's handbook. Someone said, are you going to do the first one or the second one? It is true that they did a reprint of the second. Now, they did several printings of the second edition. In fact, if I look at this PDF scan, this is probably, I don't know, maybe like the third printing or the fourth printing. Yeah, maybe it is the first printing. Anyways, they did several printings of this version of the AD&D second edition handbook. This came out in 1989. AD&D first edition, as we know it, came out in arguably 1977 and 1979. The books came out over a couple of months. Actually, the first book released for AD&D first edition, the Monster Manual. Actually, the Monster Manual came out first. Anyways, AD&D second edition is very much a sort of a revision and a cleanup of first edition AD&D, and as such, it took a lot of the weird fiddliness out of first edition. A lot of people would say it took a lot of the flavor out of first edition, and they may not necessarily be 100% wrong. AD&D second edition also represented a mainstreamification / gentlification on the game. For example, AD&D first edition had an assassin as a player character and a barbarian in Unearthed Arcana. Those were removed because of negative cultural stereotypes, and mostly, now this is before woke movement, it was really more about like evil stuff. So for example, the assassin, gone. Similarly, the half-orc in first edition, not even like loosely implied, was basically going, this is because of rape. So no half-orc in AD&D second edition. Additionally, we won't get into it in the player's handbook, but demons and devils from, the Abyss and Hell were changed. They were no longer called demons and devils. They were called Batazu and Tanari, which again, not really that flavorful or interesting. So AD&D second edition in many cases is considered, by some, to be the most lukewarm edition of D&D that ever existed. And maybe it is. I don't know. I grew up with this edition. Obviously, I started playing in 1990. I kind of was introduced via the basic set, the black box basic, but I very quickly was acquired AD&D second edition. And this is what I played throughout the 90s, obviously, until 2000, when third edition D&D was released. And I've never played it ever again since. So this was my introduction to the real hobby, to be advanced. So we've got here the classic cover by Jeff Easley, heroic character riding in, and you can see the kind of the more medieval realism style of AD&D in second edition. This newly revised, expanded, and updated version of the AD&D game provides everything players need to enter a world of fantastic role-playing adventure for intermediate through advanced players ages 10 and up. AD&D second edition, it was brought to us by David Zeb Cook. Interesting. For those of you who don't know who David Zeb Cook is, not that you would, but when people talk about BX D&D, they're talking about this basic set and the following expert set. This is also sometimes called Moldvay Cook Basic. The reason why it is called Moldvay is because Tom Moldvay did the basic set, and it's called Cook because David Cook did the expert set. So in some ways, David Cook is sort of, in some ways, one of the fathers of the modern OSR movement, because the OSR movement has such strong connections to BXD&D, and David Cook was Cook of Moldvay Cook Basic. All right, so we have a special thanks here. A vast work like the AD&D second edition game doesn't spring into being from nothing, especially not in this case, since this is the second edition of the game. The AD&D game owes its existence to the efforts of many people. The AD&D game probably would never have existed without the work of Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. Together, they introduced the world to the concept of role-playing games. Their efforts resulted in the Dungeons & Dragons game, forerunner of the AD&D system. Gary Gygax then went on to be the principal creator and guiding force of the AD&D rules. His particular vision set the standards for what the advanced Dungeons & Dragons game was and what it wasn't. A game such as the AD&D game, or any role-playing game, is much more than the work of any one man. Many others have written rulebooks, contributed ideas, playtested, criticized, and added their own personal interpretations for what the game is. For their efforts, they deserve credit. New rulebooks were written by David Zeb Cook, such as Oriental Adventures, Jeff Grubb, The Manual of the Plains, Tracy Hickman, Dragonlance Adventures, Kim Mohan, The Wilderness Survival Guide, Douglas Niles, The Dungeoneer Survival Guide, Jim Ward, Legends and Lore and Greyhawk Adventures, and Margaret Weiss from Dragonlance Adventures. Over the years, there have been many people who have written rules, edited manuscripts, offered suggestions, and playtested. With an undertaking as large as the AD&D game, this list is long, but each of these people deserve credits and mentions for his or her efforts. Follows is a long list of who's who of people who have written and wrote for the AD&D game, including people like Ernie and Luke Gygax, Mary Gygax, Eric Holmes, the author of the original basic game, Mike Carr, Brian Bloom, Steve Marsh, Steve Winter, Skip Williams, Mike Williams, and the like. Jean Rabe, R.I.P. She just died recently. Even so, that list, if to thank, is not complete. It can never be complete. The AD&D game is continually evolving. Each player and each DM adds their own touch to the whole. No list of special thanks can be complete without recognizing the most important contributors of all, the millions and millions of players who over the years have made the AD&D game what it is today. And then we have a foreword from David Cook. It has been a long time getting here. I don't mean the months, perhaps even years. You may have waited for a revised, expanded, and improved second edition. I mean the long time it has taken me to reach this point, the writing of the foreword. Forewords are written last, so you can summarize your feelings and experiences of writing the book. It is not accurate to say that this is a book that I alone have written. First off, there are a lot of other names listed in the credits. They, especially the editors, contributed time and talents that I don't have. Improving the organization and readability was one of the reasons we started this project in the first place. And that is, by the way, one of the most important things about this edition. It is very much cleaned up from an editing perspective. These are tasks that can't be done without talented editors who play and care about your game. If you discover that it's easier to find rules during your gaming sessions and everything seems to make sense, thank the editors. Even with the editors, this is not our work alone. None of this would have come into being without interested and involved players. The people who really decided what needed to be done for second edition are the players who mailed in questions, everyone who wrote an article for Dragon magazine, and everyone who buttonholed me or other designers at conventions. These were the people who decided, this is such a dating thing, mailing in questions, Dragon magazine, and, stopping and talking to people at conventions. These were the people who decided what needed to be done, what needed fixing, what was unclear, and what they just didn't like. I didn't sit in a vacuum and make these decisions. As the designer and developer, I had to make the final choice, but those choices were based on your input, and your input is the most valuable asset we have going. So how do I feel? excited, exhausted, relieved, and nervous all at once. It's a great bag of emotions. I'm excited to see this book come out. I've spent more time on this than I have on any other single work I've done. That leads to exhaustion. The second edition has demanded and received hours upon months of attention. Now that it's finally coming out, the feeling of relief is beginning to set in. There were times when the task looked impossible, when it seemed it would never end, or when everything was going wrong. Only now, when the final stages of polishing, am I beginning to realize that it really is done. Only now. When in the final stage, okay. And of course, there is nervousness. The AD&D game is the granddaddy of all role-playing games. You've made it perfectly clear that you liked the first edition of the AD&D game, even with all of its warts. I liked and still like it. So now, with the arrival of second edition, I'm nervous. None of this comes as any surprise. I volunteered to prepare the second edition because I wanted to do something for the game I liked. The 10 years of experience I've had in game design has shown me what works and what doesn't, and sometimes even why. At the very start, we outlined the goals: to make it easier to find things, to make the rules easier to understand, to fix things that did not work, and to add the best ideas from the expansions and other sources, and most importantly, to make sure the game was still the one you knew and enjoyed. Of them all, the last was the hardest and most demanding, conflicting as it did with my basic desire to design things. Fortunately, things don't rest on me alone. Lots of eager eyes, from those of fellow designers to enthusiastic playtesters, minutely examined this book and restrained me from overzealousness. It hasn't always been easy to walk the fine line between not enough and too much. In the past 2 years, I've talked to many interested players, hearing their concerns and sharing my ideas. It was at the end of one of those talks at a convention in Missoula, Montana, just as I described some rules changes, that one of the listeners smiled and said, we've been doing that for years. And that's what the second edition is all about, collecting and organizing all those things that we as players have been doing for years. David Zeb Cook, January 1989. And here is our table of contents. We have a introduction to the second edition AD&D game, the basics of the game, all whopping 2 pages, a glossary of terms, then we get into rolling ability scores, choosing races, choosing classes, information about multi-classing and dual classing, alignment, proficiencies, noted optional, money and equipment, magic, experience, combat, which definitely gets the most pages, a whopping 17 pages on combat, treasure, encounters, NPCs, vision and light, time and movement, and 100 pages of spell lists. Nothing's changed there. A glossary of all the tables in the game. And here we have it, my favorite piece of artwork of all time. Dragon Slayers, and Proud of It by Elmore. And it is I got this for Smith as a celebration of 30 years of friendship. A couple years ago, I got a signed print. Actually, it's not a print, it's a giclée, which I guess is like a real special print. Got it signed by Larry Elmore and presented it and got it framed and matted and stuff. It was really nice. It's my favorite piece of art of all time. Welcome to the second edition AD&D game. So right off the rip, you'll see that this is a 8.5 by 11 formatting, and it is triple column. A lot of words. There's 2 full pages of triple column text, not a single piece of art. Nope, I'm sorry, 3 full pages of triple column text. Nope, sorry, 4 full pages of triple column text. Nope, 5 full pages. Nope, 6 full pages. 7, there's some tables. 8. Hey, there we go. On the 9th page, we get half a page of art. So, things have changed. All right, here we go. We'll stop after each section, and we can reset and re-engage. Again, remember, if you want to take a break and you want to talk about something else, that's what the tip goal is for. And of course, if you want to super chat and support KLC, I appreciate you. Welcome to the second edition AD&D game. You are reading the key to the most exciting hobby in the world, role-playing games. These first few pages will introduce you to the second edition of the most successful role-playing game ever published. If you are a novice role player, stop right here and read the section labeled The Real Basics on the next page. When you understand what role-playing and the AD&D game are all about, come back to this point and read the rest of the introduction. If you're an experienced role player, skip the Real Basics. Why a second edition? Before answering that question, let's define what the second edition of the AD&D game is and is not. The second edition of the AD&D game is a lot different from the first edition. The presentation of the game has been cleaned up. The rules are reorganized, clarified, and streamlined. Where necessary, things that didn't work have been fixed. Things that did work haven't been changed. The second edition of the AD&D game is not a statement of what any one person thinks the game should be. It is the result of more than 3 years of discussion, thought, consultation, review, and playtesting. Now to the question of why a second edition. The AD&D game evolved over the course of 16 years. During that time, the game grew tremendously through play. Changes and improvements and a few mistakes were made. They were published in subsequent volumes. By 1988, the game consisted of 12 hardcover rulebooks. It was physically and intellectually unwieldy, but still a lot of fun. The time was right to reorganize and recombine all that information into a manageable package. That package is the second edition. Can you imagine a game that had over 12 hardcover rulebooks? How impossibly complex and unwieldy would that game possibly be? Perish the thought. How the rulebooks are organized. The AD&D game rulebooks are intended primarily as reference books. They are designed so any specific rule can be found quickly and easily during a game. Everything a player needs to know is in the player's handbook. That's not to say that all the rules are in this book, but every rule that a player needs to know in order to play the game is in this book. A few rules have been reserved for the Dungeon Master's Guide, the DMG. These either cover situations that very seldom arise or give the DM information. Everything else in the DMG is information that only the Dungeon Master needs. If the DM feels that the players need to know something that is explained in the DMG, he will tell them. Like the DMG, the monstrous compendium is the province of the DM. This gives complete and detailed information about the monsters, people, and other creatures inhabiting the AD&D world. Some DMs don't mind if players read this information, but the game is more fun if players don't know everything about their foes. It heightens the sense of danger and danger of the unknown. Learning the game. If you have played the AD&D game before, you know almost everything you need to play the second edition. We advise you to read the entire player's handbook. But the biggest changes are in these chapters: character classes, combat, and experience. Be sure to read at least those 3 chapters before you sit down to play. If you come to a term that you don't understand, look for it in the glossary, which begins on page 11. If you have never played an AD&D game before, the best way to learn to play the game is to find a group of experienced players and join them. They can get you immediately into the game and explain things that you need to know before them. You don't need to read everything beforehand or anything beforehand. In fact, it's best if you can play the game for several hours with experienced players before reading any of the rules. One of the truly marvelous things about a role-playing game is that even though the concept is difficult to explain, it is simple to demonstrate. If none of your friends are involved in a game, the best place to find experienced players is through your local hobby store. Role-playing and general gaming clubs are common and are always eager to accept new members. Many hobby stores offer a bulletin board through which DMs can advertise for new players, and new players can ask information about new and ongoing games. If there's no hobby store in your area, check your local library or school. If you can't find anyone who knows the AD&D game, you can teach yourself. Read the player's handbook and create some characters. Try to create a variety of classes. Then pick up a pre-packaged adventure module for low-level characters. Round up 2 or 3 friends and dive into it. You will probably make lots of mistakes and wonder constantly whether you are doing everything wrong. Even if you are, don't worry about it. The AD&D game is big, and eventually you'll bring it under control. We had a super chat from Sorrel. What's up, Sorrel? Just saw the stream. Started 2nd edition AD&D back during Satanic Panic when my parents shut me down. I continued playing through Champions of Kryn and Pools of Radiance on Commodore 64. Those gold box games are amazing, Sorrel. Yes. My grandmother was not too happy that I picked up the D&D game myself. She did try to hide my books one time. Thank you, Sorrel. The 2nd edition AD&D game line. Quite a few books and other products are published for the AD&D game. As a player, you need only one of them, this book. Every player and every DM should have a copy of the player's handbook. Everything else is optional or intended for the Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master's guide is essential for the DM, and it is for the DM only. Players who are not themselves DM have no cause to read the DMG. The Monstrous Compendium is not one, but several products. This book can be expanded whenever new compendiums are released. The first pack of monsters is essential to the game. It includes the most commonly encountered monsters, mythical beasts, and legendary creatures. Additional packs will expand upon these monsters and give the game more variety. Specialty compendiums, those for Greyhawk, the Forgotten Realms, Karatur, etc., are highly recommended for DMs who will play in those settings. Expanded class books, the Complete Fighter, the Complete Thief, provide a lot more detail on those character classes than does the player's handbook. These books are entirely optional. They are for those players who really want a world of choice for their characters. Adventure modules contain complete game adventures. They are especially useful for DMs who aren't sure how to create their own adventure, and for DMs who need an adventure quickly and don't have time to write their own. A note about pronouns. The male pronoun, he, him, his, is used exclusively throughout this 2nd edition of the AD&D game rules. We hope this will not be construed by anyone to be an attempt to exclude females from the game or imply their exclusion. Centuries of use have neutered the male pronoun. In written material, it is clear, concise, and familiar. Nothing else is. Creating a character. To create a character to play in the AD&D game, proceed in order through chapters 1 through 6. Chapter 5, Proficiencies, is optional. These chapters will tell you how to generate your character's ability scores, race, and class, decide their alignment, pick proficiencies, and buy equipment. Once you have done this, your character is ready for adventure. This is titled The Real Basics. This section is intended for novice role players. If you have played role-playing games before, don't be surprised if what you read here sounds familiar. Games come in a wide assortment of types: board games, card games, word games, picture games, miniature games. Even within this category are subcategories. Board games, for example, can be divided into path games, real estate games, military simulation games, abstract strategy games, mystery games, and a host of others. Still, in all this mass of games, role-playing games are unique. They form a category all their own that doesn't overlap any other category. For that reason, role-playing games are hard to describe. Comparisons don't work because there isn't anything similar to compare them to. At least, not without stretching your imagination well beyond its normal everyday extension. But then, stretching your imagination is what role-playing games are all about. So, let's try an analogy. Imagine that you are playing a simple board game called Snakes and Ladders. Your goal is to get from the bottom to the top of the board before all the other players. Along the way are traps that can send you sliding back towards your starting position. There are also ladders that can let you jump ahead, closer to the finish space. So far, it's pretty simple and pretty standard. But let's change a few things. Thank you, FL4G, for sending out a gift sub. Appreciate you. Now let's change a few things. Instead of a flat, featureless board with a path winding from side to side, let's have a maze. You are standing at the entrance, and you know that there's an exit somewhere, but you don't know where it is. You have to find it. Instead of snakes and ladders, we'll put in hidden doors and secret passages. Don't roll a die to see how far you move. You can move as far as you want. Move down the corridor to the intersection. You could turn right or left or go straight ahead or go back the way you came. Or as long as you're here, you could look for a hidden door. If you find one, it will open into another stretch of corridor. That corridor might take you straight to the exit or lead you into a blind alley. The only way to know is to step in and start walking. Of course, given enough time, eventually you'll find the exit. To keep the game interesting, let's put some other things into the maze with you. Nasty things. Things like vampire bats and hobgoblins and zombies and ogres. Of course, we'll give you a sword and a shield, so if you meet one of these things, you can defend yourself. You do know how to use a sword, don't you? And there are other players in the maze as well. They have swords and shields too. How do you suppose another player would react if you chanced to meet? He might attack, but he might also offer to team up. After all, even an ogre might think twice about attacking two people carrying sharp swords and stout shields. Finally, let's put the board somewhere you can't see it. Let's give it to one of the players and make that player the referee. Instead of looking at the board, you listen to the referee as he describes what you can see from your position on the board. You tell the referee what you want to do, and he moves your piece accordingly. As the referee describes your surroundings, try to picture them mentally. Close your eyes and construct the walls of the maze around yourself. Imagine the hobgoblin, as the referee describes it, whooping and gamboling down the corridor towards you. Now imagine how you would react in that situation, and tell the referee what you are going to do about it. We have just constructed a simple role-playing game. It's not a sophisticated game, but it has all the essential elements that make a role-playing game, according to AD&D 2nd edition. The player is placed in the midst of an unknown or dangerous situation created by a referee and must work his way through it. This is the heart of role-playing. You adopt the role of a character and then guide that character through an adventure. The player makes decisions, interacts with other characters and other players, and essentially pretends to be his character during the course of the game. That doesn't mean that the player must jump up and down, dash around, and act like their character. It means that whenever the character is called upon to do something, the player pretends he is in that situation and chooses an appropriate course of action. Physically, the players and the referee, the DM, should be seated comfortably around a table with the referee at the head. Players need plenty of room for papers, pencils, dice, rule books, drinks, and snacks. The referee needs extra space for maps, dice, rules books, and assorted notes. The goal. Another major difference between role-playing games and other games is the ultimate goal. Everyone assumes that a game must have a beginning and an end, and that when the end comes, someone wins. That doesn't apply to role-playing games because no one wins in a role-playing game. The point of playing is not to win, but to have fun and to socialize. An adventure usually has a goal of some sort. Protect the villagers from the monsters, rescue the lost princess, explore the ancient ruins. Typically, this goal can be attained in a reasonable amount of time. 4 to 8 hours is standard. This might require the players to get together for 1, 2, or even 3 playing sessions to reach their goal and complete the adventure. But the game doesn't end once that adventure is finished. The same characters can now go on to new adventures. Such a series of adventures is called a campaign. Remember, the point of an adventure is not to win, but to have fun while working together towards a common goal. But the length of any particular adventure need not impose an artificial limit on the length of the game. The AD&D game embraces more than enough adventure to keep a group of characters occupied for years. Required materials. Aside from a copy of this book, very little is needed to play the AD&D game. You will need some sort of character record. TSR publishes character record sheets that are quite handy and easy to use, but any sheet of paper will do. Blank paper, lined paper, even graph paper can be used. A double-sized sheet of paper, 11 by 17, folded in half is excellent. Keep your character record in pencil because it will be changed frequently during the game. A good eraser is a must. A full set of polyhedral dice is necessary. A full set consists of 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 20-sided dice. A few extra 6 and 10-sided dice are a good idea. Polyhedral dice should be available wherever you got this book. Throughout the rules, the various dice are referred to by a code in the form of number of dice followed by a D, followed by the number for that type of dice. In other words, if you see to roll 1-sided 6-sided dice, you would see roll 1d6. 5 12-sided dice would be referred to as 5d12. When the rules refer to roll percentile dice, or 1d100, you need to generate a random number from 1 to 100. One way is to generate one of your 2 dice to be different colors. Designate one as the tens place and the other as the ones place. Rolling them together enables you to roll a number from 1 to 100. A result of 0 on both dice should be read as 100. For example, if the blue dice, representing the tens, rolls an 8, and the red dice rolls a 5, the result is an 85. At least one player should have a few sheets of graph paper for mapping the group's progress. Assorted pieces of scratch paper are handy for making quick notes, for passing secret messages to other players or to the DM, or for keeping track of odd bits of information that you don't want cluttering up your character record sheet. Miniature figures are handy for keeping track of where everyone is in a confusing situation after, like, a battle. These could be elaborate or as simple as you like. Some players use miniature lead or pewter figures painted to resemble their characters. Plastic soldiers, chess pieces, board game pawns, dice, or even bits of paper can work just as well. What follows is an example of play, but I'm going to catch up with the chat here really quick. Thank you, Borgie, for subbing with Prime. By the way, I appreciate all tips and super chats. They're really appreciated. But if you have Amazon Prime, you can head over to twitch.tv and you can sub there for free using your Amazon Prime account. It doesn't cost you any money, and it gives us a couple bucks. Honestly, you're paying for it whether you use it or not, so I recommend you use it. Give it to somebody. Hell, you don't have to give it to me, but give it to somebody. Strat says, this part is a lot better than the vast majority of what is a TTRPG sections I've read. And I think part of the reason for that is because what is a TTRPG was pretty well defined back then. Now, what is a TTRPG is a lot more difficult to describe, right? But also no, Helmet. I think most RPGs, especially games that are just clearly designed for an audience that already plays our TTRPGs, doesn't need one. If anything, I would say what makes my TTRPG different than 5e or whatever, D20, I think that's a reasonable inclusion because you need to set that record straight and disabuse them of any notions. All right. An example of play. I remember reading this so many times as a kid. To further clarify what really goes on during an AD&D game, read the following example This is typical of the sort of action that occurs during a playing session. Shortly before our example begins, 3 player characters fought a skirmish with a were-rat, a creature similar to a werewolf, but which becomes an enormous rat instead of a wolf. The were-rat was wounded and fled down a tunnel. The characters are in pursuit. The group includes 2 fighters and a cleric. Fighter 1 is the group's leader. DM. You've been following this tunnel for about 120 yards. The water on the floor is ankle deep and very cold. Now and then you feel something brush up against your foot. The smell of decay is getting stronger. The tunnel is gradually filling with a cold mist. I don't like this at all. Can we see anything up ahead that looks like a doorway or a branch in the tunnel? Within the range of your torchlight, the tunnel is more or less straight. You don't see any branches or doorways. That were-rat we hit had to come this way. There's nowhere else to go. Unless we missed a hidden door along the way. I hate this place. It gives me the creeps. We have to track down that were-rat. I say we keep going. Okay. We keep moving down the tunnel, but keep your eyes open for anything that might be a door. Another 30 or 35 yards down the tunnel, you find a stone block on the floor. A block? I take a closer look. It's a cut block, about 12 by 16 inches, and about 18 inches or so high. It looks like a different kind of rock than the rest of the tunnel. Where is it? Is it in the center of the tunnel or off to the side? It's right up against the side. Can I move it? Checking the character's strength score. Yeah, you can push it around without too much trouble. This is obviously a marker of some sort. I want to check this area for secret doors. Spread out. Examine the walls. The DM rolls several dice behind his rulebook where players can't see the results. Nobody finds anything unusual along the walls. It has to be here somewhere. What about the ceiling? You can't reach the ceiling. It's about a foot beyond your reach. Of course. That block isn't a marker. It's a step. I climb up on the block and start prodding the ceiling. Rolling a few more dice. You poke around for 20 seconds or so. Then, suddenly, part of the tunnel roof shifts. You found a panel that lifts away. Open it very carefully. I pop up a few inches and push it aside slowly. Can I see anything? Your head is still below the level of the opening, but you see some dim light from one side. We boost him up so he can get a better look. Okay, your friends boost you up into the room. No. We boost him up just high enough to get his head through the opening. Okay, you boost him up a foot. The 2 of you are each holding one of his legs. Cleric, you see another tunnel, pretty much like the one you were in, but it only goes off in one direction. There's a doorway about 10 yards away with a soft light coming from inside. A line of muddy paw prints leads from the hole you're in to the doorway. Fine, I want the fighters to go first. As they're lowering you back down to the block, everyone hears some grunts, splashing, and clanking weapons coming from further down the tunnel. They seem to be closing fast. Up! Push me back up through the hole. I grab the ledge and haul myself up. I'll pull the next guy up. All 3 characters scramble up through the hole. What about the panel? We push it back into place. It slides back into the slot with a nice loud clunk. The grunting from below gets a lot louder. Great, they heard it. Cleric, get over here and stand on this panel. We're going to check out that doorway. Cleric, you hear some shouting and shuffling from below you. Then there's a thump, and the panel you're standing on lurches. They're trying to batter it open. To the fighters. When you peer around the doorway, you see a small, dirty room with a small cot, a table, and a couple of stools. On the cot is a were-rat, curled up into a ball. Its back is towards you. There's another door in the far wall, and a small gong in the corner. Is the were-rat moving? Not a bit. Cleric, the panel just thumped again, and you're starting to see a little crack grow in it. Do something quick, you guys. When this panel starts coming apart, I'm getting off of it. Okay, already. I step into the room and prod the were-rat with my shield. What happens? Nothing. You see blood on the cot. Is this the same were-rat we fought before? Who knows? All were-rats look the same to you. Cleric, the panel thumps again. The crack is looking really big. That's it. I get off the panel. I'm moving into the room with everybody else. There's a tremendous smash, and you hear chunks of rock banging around outside in the corridor, followed by lots of snarling and squeaking. You see flashes of torchlight and were-rat shadows through the doorway. All right, the other fighter and I move up to block the doorway. That's the narrowest area. They can only come at it through us at 2 at a time. Cleric, stay in the room and get ready with your spells. At last, a decent stand-up fight. As the first were-rat appears in the doorway with a spear in his paws, you hear a slam from behind you. I spin around. What is it? The door in the back of the room is now broken off of its hinges. Standing in the doorway, holding a mace in each paw, is the biggest, ugliest were-rat you've ever seen. A couple more pairs of red eyes are shining through the darkness behind him. He's licking his chops in a way that you find very unsettling. Ah! I scream the name of my deity and off the top of my lungs, and I flip the cot with the dead were-rat over so it lands the body in front of him. I'm gonna need some help here, guys. Help him. I'll handle this end of the room. I'm attacking the were-rat in the doorway. While Fighter 2 is switching positions, the big were-rat looks at the body on the floor. His jaw drops. He slowly looks back up at you and says, "That's Ignatz. He was my brother. You killed my brother." Then he raises both maces and leaps at you. At this point, a ferocious melee breaks out. The DM uses combat rules to play out the battle. If the characters survive, they can continue on whatever course they choose. Now, it's interesting. I don't know about you, but as I read this, all I see are success with complications and hard moves and golden opportunities. Like, my brain just converts it into PBTA, and I go, man, this would be so much better. This would be so much better as PBTA. Right? It's exactly what, Now, there's a lot to take in there. Again, it's look, if you thought I was just going to read this straight, you're crazy. Of course, we're going to discuss it. So right off the bat, there's a couple of things I want to point out. Boyko gets to the crate, the first one. I hate that they need to specify that they are raising him just enough to see and know more. So one of the first things to note here is there is no perception check. And so this gets to what we call, now, some people call this a fruitful void. Some people call this, player agency. Some people highlight this as a great example of, the players having to play the game. Not just the player character, but the players. But also, it's an example of, you could call it an example of GM pixel bitching. And what I mean here is they look for secret doors. And the GM says they don't find any. And the reason is because the secret door is on the ceiling. And so until the players basically get onto the stone block and specifically examine the ceiling, they don't find the secret door. Now, this is a great example of a type of style of play that you either love or you hate. The truth of the matter is there's no right or wrong answer. Secondly, Boyko was talking about how, the players describe them getting boosted up. And to be clear, this is an example of, yes, there's kind of an example here of the GM trying to gotcha. But to be clear, they weren't really specific about this. And the DM does allow them to sort of take this back, right? Because they boost their friend up into the room and, he says, you boost him up into the room. And he says, no, we're just boosting him high enough to get his head through the opening. And he says, okay, you're only boosting him up a foot. So there's an idea there of sort of the GM's just taking what you're saying at face value, but then willing to rewind and play it back. But it is one of those things where, you look at what's happening here. We have a lot of things. We have a lot of spinning plates that are occurring. Okay. Because are these pre-programmed adventures or not? Was that were-rat really that guy's brother?
Clubster roll tip $25. proof Derek has fallen on hard times. He's making D&D content /s.
Thank you, Clopster Roll. Yes, I'm finally making D&D content, you guys. Welcome. I might redo this thumbnail, and somebody suggested on the Discord that I should say that this is like a Baldur's Gate breakdown, like learn the rules of D&D to play Baldur's Gate. And that is true, because Baldur's Gate used AD&D 2nd edition. Not Baldur's Gate 3, but Baldur's Gate 1. So you can learn the rules of the game. Oh, was that stream? Okay. Yeah, I thought it was on the Discord, but yeah, you're right. It was on the stream. But there's a lot of spinning plates here, right? You have the players. Apparently there is a patrol of were-rats that is moving up the corridor, right? Because once they get up through the secret door, they talk about how they hear grunts and stuff coming from the lower tunnel, right? That's what they break through the secret door and break up into it. You also have another group of were-rats on the other side of the upper door, right, that break through the wall. You got the mean were-rat dual-wielding maces, which, by the way, for me has always been such a great visual image. Something about just we think were-rats and we think, skittily little rat creatures and daggers or something, jagged knives. I just love the idea of like a gigantic hulking were-rat dual-wielding maces. I think it's such a awesome description, such a great monster. I've always felt that way. But there's a lot of spinning plates here in terms of like, are you what's going on here? Right? Is the GM actually tracking all of these? Are these all random encounters? Are these pre-programmed encounters? Was that really his brother? And I think part of the reason is this is kind of why I always say that actually D&D is what inspired PBTA. The idea was, can we get to the same outcomes that D&D gets to that we want to get to anyways, and just do it through a more simplistic methodology rather than relying on lots of random encounter tables and all this other stuff. So very cool stuff. Thank you, Clopster. All right, next is the glossary, which I'm not going to read the glossary. That's a little bit too much, I think, even for our read through. But everything in here will eventually be covered by the book, so we'll get to it eventually. But we do have a glossary up here in front. All right. Chapter 1, Player Character Ability Scores. To venture into the world of the AD&D game, you first must create a character. This is your alter ego in the fantasy realm of Dungeons and Dragons. A make-believe person who is under your control and through whom you vicariously explore the world the Dungeon Master has created. Each character in the AD&D game has 6 ability scores: strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. The first 3 abilities represent your physical nature, and the second 3 quantify your mental and personality traits. AD&D also uses these blue sidebars to kind of represent, sidebars, but also optional rules. In various places throughout these rules, the following abbreviations are used: strength, stir, dex, con, int, wiz, ka. Rolling ability scores. Let's see how to generate ability scores for your characters, after which the definition for each ability will be given. The 6 ability scores are determined randomly by rolling 6-sided dice to obtain scores from 3 to 18. There are several methods. Method 1. Roll 3d6. The total shown on the dice is your character's strength score. Repeat this for dex, con, int, wiz, and charisma, in that order. This method gives a range of scores from 3 to 18, with most being in the 9 to 12 range. Only a few characters have high scores, so you should treasure those characters. So that's method 1. 3d6, what we also call 3d6 down the line. Method 1 creates characters whose ability scores are between 9 and 12. If you would rather play a character of truly heroic proportions, ask your DM if he allows players to use optional methods for rolling up characters. These optional methods are designed to produce above average characters. Method 2, roll 3d6 twice, noting the total of each roll. Use whichever result you prefer for your character's strength score. Then repeat this for dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. This allows you to pick the best score from each pair, generally assuring that your character does not have any really low ability scores. But low ability scores aren't all that bad anyway. That's method 2. Method 3, roll 3d6 6 times and jot down the total for each roll. Then assign the scores to your character's 6 ability scores however you would like. This gives you the chance to custom tailor your character, although you are not guaranteed high scores. Method 4, roll 3d6 12 times.
TA's agent tip $25. OSR, the strengths and weaknesses.
Thank you, TAS agent. So TAS agent wants a topic change. So TS agent, I will finish ability scores, and then we'll talk about OSR for a bit. Thank you, TAS agent. Ryan says, Derek, please do a what is an RPG section ranked. So in method 4, we roll 3d6 12 times and jot down all 12 totals. Choose 6 of these rolls, generally your 6 best, and assign them however you would like to your character's abilities. This is the best of method 2 and 3, but it takes somewhat longer. For example, Joan rolls 3d6 12 times and gets 12, 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 9, 12, 6, 11, 10, and 7. She chooses the 6 best rolls, 15, 12, 12, 11, 10, and 10, and then assigns them to her character's abilities so as to create the strengths and weaknesses that she wants her character to have. Method 5. Roll 4 6-sided dice, discard the lowest die, and total the remaining 3. Repeat this 5 more times, then assign the 6 numbers to the character abilities you want. This is a fast method that can give you a good character, but it is still possible to get a low score. After all, you could roll 4 once. Method 6. This method can be used if you want to create a specific type of character. It does not guarantee that you will get the character you want, but it will improve your chances. Each ability score starts with a score of 8. Then roll 7 dice. These dice can be added to your character's abilities as you wish, but all of the points on a die must be added to the same ability score. For example, if you roll a 6 on one die, all 6 points may be assigned to any one ability. You can add as many dice as you want to any ability, but no ability score can exceed 18 points. If you cannot mark an 18 by exact count of the dice, you cannot have an 18. So you can't put like a 6 into a 16 and get an 18. So we'll get into the ability scores, but we're going to take a quick break. And we're going to talk about the OSR. So TAS agent tipped $25 for a quick topic break. Again, remember, AD&D second edition read-through is our default, but, you know, we're here just to shoot the shit and talk. OSR, strengths and weaknesses. Well, that's pretty easy. Let's bust out the whiteboard. By the way, I will probably download. I didn't record this video, but I will probably download this video, and eventually I might edit out the AD&D parts, and we might make that into like a playlist or something like that, so people can actually just watch it if they want to just watch that. I should have thought about that before I even started. All right. Where are we at, yeah? Do. Alrighty. Right, so you know, you've got you're gonna break left around the line while the offensive line is gonna shift left to open up a thing, and then this is gonna get the ball handoff, which is gonna break through the center. So OSR. The old school Renaissance. Now, I know other people name it other things, but I call it old school Renaissance. Anyways, you know, strengths and weaknesses, right? What's the what's the SWOT, right? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Well, let's start with the strengths. For starters, I think this is the biggest one. Okay, the biggest advantage of the old school Renaissance is that the rules are not complex and they are not complicated. And the reason why that's the biggest advantage is because it means it's easy to learn. It's a low barrier of entry. You can just get in there and start playing right away. There's minimal need to memorize or look up rules. It's very simple, right? It's definitely a big strength of the OSR. Now, by OSR, I mean games that are embracing that old school, D&D mantra where, RPGs were 30 pages long or 40 pages long. Another strength is character creation. This is kind of tied to the one above, but character creation is quick. You can sit down and start playing right away. And that's a real big advantage. Now, I'll get the ones that I think aren't really controversial. You can use a library of old modules. A lot of the stuff's been written for, classic D&D and stuff over the years. This is a great strength of OSR. Most of them are fairly compatible. Strength, they are all the same. I say that jokingly, but, a lot of the OSR games kind of are all the same. So, you learn one, you kind of learn them all. And then we get to, what some people would consider to be maybe the greatest strength of them, which is, there is more emphasis on player skill than PC ability, right? And this is the classic, we don't have we don't have a skill system, we don't have a feat system, we don't have a whatever system. So if your character wants to do something, right, you as a player have to do it. And it means, the classic example is if you want to find a secret door, you can't just go, I make a perception check, or I just use my passive perception, right? You have to, there's no diplomacy skill. So if you want to convince somebody, you have to, you have to say what you're doing or talk in character, or at least describe what your character is doing, make a line of reasoning and argument, and then the GM will interpret that and make the decision and decide if the person is convinced or not. There is no, skill system. Now, I do think that is a little bit overrated, because ability checks were a thing. Okay. A lot of people maybe don't realize this or know this, but originally D&D was D20 roll low, was D20 roll under. Yes, you made an attack roll, you wanted to roll high, but the basics of an ability, the basics of an ability check was if your strength was 15, the GM might say, make a strength check. And that meant you rolled a D20 with no modifier, so just a straight D20. And if you rolled less than or equal to your character's strength score, you succeeded. If you rolled above, you failed. So make a charisma check, make an intelligence check, make an intelligence roll, make a wisdom roll. Those were all things that existed even during this era. So, I think sometimes the whole fruitful void and, we didn't roll anything, it was all just what we described. I think that's a little bit of rose-colored glasses, and some people, I think, aren't really paying attention. Very early versions of D&D started to include, proficiencies and non-weapon proficiencies. Even AD&D first edition started to include non-weapon proficiencies in Oriental Adventures and the like. BECMI Basic included, including Rules Compendium, which is from the 80s, included skills. And of course, as we'll see when we get back to AD&D 2nd Edition, we have the introduction of non-weapon proficiencies in AD&D 2nd Edition, which are, the beginnings of a skill system. Why did they change it to rollover? The answer, Mr. Blawface, is twofold. So one, and this all happened in 3rd Edition. So one was to have a unified singular mechanism, right? So everything in 3rd Edition is D20 plus mod greater than or equal to the DC. Everything. So part of it was just, having one unified singular mechanic. The two was to express simulationist difficulty. So, for example, if we were playing, you and I were playing, BXD&D, or we're playing AD&D 1st Edition, and there's a room and it has a door, and that door is barred. It's not locked, but it's barricaded on the other side. And your fighter goes, I'm going to bash through the door, give it several swift kicks, and then start wailing it with my shoulder. That's assuming you even describe that much. And your fighter has a strength of, 16. And then you roll an 18. You fail. And then my character, my wizard, says, you know what? I'm going to try. My strength is 7. And my wizard rolls a 6. So I succeed. And, this is one of the things about roll under systems, right? Is that they don't have it's self-referential, right? And so there's no way to express how hard is this door to break it down. Is this a DC 15 door, or is this a DC 20 door, or is this a DC 25 door, right? So 3rd Edition, which is why I call 3rd Edition the most simulationist edition, 3rd Edition tried to, create specific rules for every element of the game so that you couldn't have that situation come up, right? So, for example, a wizard in 3rd Edition with a strength of 7, I think is a -2, right, could never, ever get a DC 20 door. They would not be strong enough. Whereas the fighter with a +3 strength would eventually get a 23, or will eventually get a 20. And they made sure that that was a possibility because they used this amazing, incredible rule, which they kind of got rid of, called the Take 20 system. So, yes, we will actually see that in AD&D 2nd Edition, right? You could say, make a strength check with a -5 penalty, which is, odd, because so yes, there are ways that you could start to express difficulties, and people were doing that, Boyko, which is why they said, let's just roll everything up into a universal mechanic. So people were doing that. AD&D 2nd Edition non-weapon proficiencies definitely kind of were in that direction, and so the idea was, let's just make it into a singular thing. Now, those are the strengths of the OSR, in my opinion. And again, these aren't a bad, I should actually also add here, it's relatively quick. It's quick to make a character, but usually the gameplay is pretty quick. It's snappy. This isn't necessarily, an OSR thing, but they do tend, to be more, dungeon or adventure focused, which, I like, right? There's not as much OSR, stuff like that, but, it's good. Now, what are the weaknesses of the OSR? Well, this is my personal opinion, but whatever. One, it can rely a lot on GM fiat or bias. The truth is, there is a skill to playing OSR games, and the skill is playing the DM or playing the GM, right? If you learn what, you know, what the GM wants to hear, you will be more successful at playing a lot of OSR games. So there's that. Rulings over rules is cool, but it can be confusing, inconsistent, and draining. It's always crazy to me that people will say, like, oh, I can't play PBTA. It's so draining to me because, you know, I'm constantly having to come up with soft moves or hard moves. But then they go and play an OSR game where, in theory, like, the rules of the game are like, there's like 7 rules for the whole game, and they have to like they're like literally having to make everything up on the fly, right? So now Strat asked a question: is you are more successful in playing to the GM's biases not also true with PBTA and 5e and maybe 4e? I would say no to PBTA, because in PBTA, if a description of text triggers a move, that move triggers and dice are rolled. The GM's biases are be damned, right? If the move triggers, the move triggers. And remember, the GM isn't the one who makes that decision. The table decides. I mean, if you start getting into an argument between your GM and your players, I mean, you have a bigger problem than that. So, you know, yes, there is an element of the PBTA game where if the rules don't cover it, we shift into this slot of the GM makes a move. But even then, the GM's moves are constrained, and they should be constrained by that game's, remember, it varies from game to game, but every PBTA game has a list of principles and agendas, and those aren't just fluffy bullshit time, you know? But yes, I would say it's the table's biases. But even then, I mean, you know, PBTA would say, I've always said that the coolest way to play PBTA would be you would have a game master, you'd have the players, and then you would have the referee, like Derek, right, standing in the corner, and the GM and the players are just going back and forth, and they're doing what they do, and periodically me, a third party, would step in and say, you need to roll dice here, right, because the rules demand it. And I always thought that would be like, that's like, to me, that's like the ideal way to play PBTA, actually. Like, the game has this equal say that is independent of the biases of the GM or the players, right? Because technically in PBTA, even if the GM's like, I really want you to kill this monster, and all the players are like, I really want you to kill this monster, technically PBTA would say, no, the dice demand that we must roll dice. We can't just cool it. We can't just do this. This moment, this move, this conversation has clearly triggered this move, and as such, the dice demand, what honesty demands is that we should roll the dice. But anyways, rulings over rule is cool, but it can be confusing, inconsistent, and draining. 3. This is, again, in my humble opinion. It can get boring. I'm not saying this isn't true for everyone, but I am willing to bet that the vast majority of people who play OSR games play them as like one shots, or like they play it for like a month. I really don't think that there are that many people. I'm could be wrong here completely, and I'm sure there are people. So again, that are like playing that game for a year or 2, you know what I mean? Like 2 years. Like, it's just, the fact is your character progression is very limited, right? I think Dr. Waits is 100% right. I think a lot of people who are playing OSR games are playing them beer and pretzel style. They're playing them at cons. You know, they're going, hey guys, I'm going to run a Shadow Dark adventure, right? You roll up a new character, you do a funnel, you do a DCC funnel, right? And then you play that adventure for the next, 3 to 4 sessions, and then you call it done. You're playing fast and loose and, you whatever. Sitting there and grinding through this game, I think it could be very boring. The game is not particularly interesting. Panic Satanic, that is a testament to the quality of the Dolmen Wood campaign setting, not to the OSR. Right? The campaign being cool has, that's just a good thing regardless. I mean, what you just described, Dolmen Wood would be awesome in, the 4th edition D&D or 5th edition D&D, so. Now, and Dr. Waits is right. To a certain extent, we didn't have anything better back in the old days. But I also think it gets a little bit worse. So this is more of a critique about this. But, huge sweeping generalizations, Wayne. Huge. As I said, this is all in my opinion. And I said, again, this is definitely not true for everyone. 100%. My experience growing up playing OSR type games, right? So like basic D&D, 1st edition D&D, 2nd edition D&D. Do I have it? I do. Let me pull something up for you guys. This is a deep cut. I think it's in here, but I could be wrong. Okay, this is the 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms Menzoberranzan boxed set. Yes, it's pretty beat up. Okay, now, inside here, I'm like 99% it's in. Inside here, for starters, is a printed out world map of Meridian 59. That's pretty cool. Dated it much? Anyways, any Meridian 59 fans in the house? I gotta find this book. This is my memory going way back here. City. I'm 99% sure it's in this book. Okay. This is an AD&D 2nd edition book. And it has rules or has stats for, drought. And one of the, it has stats for Dritz. Okay. Dritz Duerden. But here's the thing. In this game, in this book, Dritz is so lethal and is so accurate with his scimitars that he has a 15% chance to kill any creature instantaneously that he hits with his scimitar. Now, this is modified by a percentage up or down based off of his level compared to your level. Okay? So if you're a low-level creature and Dritz hits you with a scimitar, you might have a 25% chance of him just instantly killing you because he's so badass with his scimitars. That is not in the 2nd edition D&D game. Okay? Believe it or not, when you go look up fighters and rangers, you're not going to find that ability, okay? In my experience, this is Derek playing these games, and when I played them with different groups and, conventions and, my friends groups and other friends groups and people that I played with, back then, you used to get, lots of magic items. And I don't mean lame magic items, like, I don't know, a pipe that, makes a sound like the sea. I mean, like, this magical item can throw 3 fireballs a day, right? This magical item can turn you invisible. This magical item can let you fly. This magical item can, let you unleash a whirlwind, okay? Secondly, lots of bullshit, made up, crazy abilities. Every second edition character that we had from the 1990 to 2000, always, something would happen in play and we'd be like, oh yeah, totally cool. You train with the ancient master and he teaches you the one stroke kill technique and you get this cool ability on your character sheet. We even, so what I'm trying to say is power attack existed in OSR, or power attack existed in second edition and first edition and basic. It didn't actually exist. But in my experience, like every group that I knew, somebody had some sort of technique or something that they learned because inevitably somebody said, I want to hit for more damage. I want to, can I hit him really hard? And the GM would say, oh yeah, no, sure, maybe yes, or whatever. You'd made up some bullshit rule and then you started doing it for sure. Okay. You ended up basically every D&D game was like this bespoke set of complex rules. It feels fucking like Northern Reaches. And in my experience, that's the way that most people played. It's the only way that the game remained, interesting. As I used to say, you were Batman, not Superman, right? You had a lot of cool, weird gadgets and magical items and all this other stuff. But also, like I said, we used to just, so many random weird abilities. And I continued to do this even in third edition. But the difference is that what third edition did is it gamified what used to be something that would happen diegetically in the game. Okay? So let's kind of take an example here. In third edition D&D, if you were a fighter and you got to 4th level, you could take weapon specialization. Now, this is a bad example because weapon specialization exists in second edition D&D. But in third edition, you could take power attack, which would let you trade accuracy for damage, and then you could take cleave. Do you think that nobody ever cleaved before third edition? Number one, it was technically a rule in first edition AD&D. But no, of course they did. Okay? I remember Smith had an elven ranger who wielded a blade singer who wielded this massive greatsword. And he could attack 3 people at once with a single attack. That wasn't an ability that you got from the fighter, from the ranger, right? So it's in second edition, you might get some ability like that, but it was because of something, diegetic, or it was something that that you trained or that you learned from. A lot of people said, what do you use all that money for? The answer was a lot of times making up random bullshit stuff and getting your GM to approve it. It was like meta currency to, approve yourself to, come up with some bullshit thing. So that's the way we played the game. I remember this was the third edition. For people who don't know the rules of third edition, every weapon had a threat range. You had to you didn't just crit in third edition. You had to roll the threat, and then you had to crit. So the way it worked is like a long sword. If you rolled a 19 through 20 on your D20, you had to roll again, and if you hit with the second attack roll, it was a crit for double damage. I remember we had a fight, and a character, I believe they were a rogue, they were fighting rats and were-rats. And I think the rogue, naturally, all on his own, he crit like 5 times during this fight, just, through the dice rolls. And we all thought it was really awesome. And we were all cheering and laughing. So after the fight was done, I was like, well, clearly your character has some sort of vendetta against these rats or whatever, is specially trained. And so right there on the spot, he wrote down on his character, Rat Slayer. And it's like all attacks versus rats or rat-like things is a threat. And that basically meant if he rolled a hit, it was a crit. And he gained Rat Slayer on his character sheet in 3rd edition. He didn't level up. It definitely wasn't a feat. No one else could take it. He got it because in a random fight, well, not a random fight, but in a fight against a horde of rat men or were rats or rat men or whatever, and giant rats, he crit like 5 times in a row. And we all thought it was awesome, and we wanted to celebrate that moment. We thought it was cool. And so his character gained this ability. Either, he always had it or he had it late or whatever. So that kind of behavior, in my experience, was very common back in the day. All right. Nowadays, people don't do this as much because they just say, I'll wait till I level up and take the feat that the game gives me. Right. I'll wait till my build comes online. Or this sounds broken. It could imbalance the game. Those kind of considerations weren't really a thing. Now, I am being very sweeping in generalization. Derek, that sounds awesome. Why do you put this as a weakness? Well, the reason I put it as a weakness is because, in my opinion, people, GMs, are not doing this in the current OSR. I think people are like looking back at the OSR and they have it in their mind that like the OSR was just, it's like they're like trying so hard to be like historically accurate that they're actually not being historically accurate. Does that make sense? In some ways. Like they look at the old rules and they say, I'm going to play a game. I'm going to create a game that is exactly like those old rules described. And in my experience, having grown up in the 80s and the 90s, nobody played like that. Not really. And it's the same thing with like, a lot of the OSRs are like super grim, super dark. Your characters, they suck. You get a funnel. You get 6 random peasants and it's brutal and it's horrible and it's awful. And I don't really think that's the way D&D was played back then. People were kind of badasses and kind of cool. And, the characters were funny and they had like, strange, weird, dumb magical items. I mean, AD&D first edition had comics in it about, wands with big hands on them to cast Big B's hands. Like it wasn't, oh, you turn into a demon when you try to tap into the magic. No, it was, I cast a big burst of rainbow colors in their face. I summon a gigantic floating hand and I punch my enemy to death with a gigantic floating hand. It's drunken, stupid, dumb shenanigans, Now, that's not to say that the OSR can't be its own thing, which is fine. I just think that sometimes like people are more obsessed with playing the way that the rules are describing it, or with a vision of the past that didn't really exist, but not how we actually played them. And that's how I kind of grant it. So anyways, again, these are sweeping generalizations by all accounts of the matter. Now, Single Bean, props to you, says that's a GM style. I give out PFTE feats like that all the time. Great. But, a lot of people would be like, meh, and, finger wag at you because they're like, you're ruining the balance, Also, Boothby says if you put rat slaying, you'd have to code it into Foundry, and that alone makes people not want to do it. You know what? Respect. I could do that. So now Wayne Peacock says, Derek, I came in late, but did you mention how incredible the worlds are /adventures are for the modern OSR? So much more exciting and creative than what I see coming from the 5e verse. There are some really, so you know what, Wayne, I'm going to give a plus and I'm going to give a minus to the OSR because on one hand, I agree with you. I think a lot of the OSR adventures are really cool and I think that they are really neat. But I also think some of the OSR adventures are really weird and they are never anything I would ever play. Go explore inside a giant's dream's toe, the dream of a toe of a giant. Nah, man, just give me a fucking ancient ruin with monsters and undead and treasure. I'm cool. Like, I don't need to explore the dream of a giant's toe. Like, some of them are just weird. They're like, it's almost like they're trying to be, you ever meet people, in real life who like are trying really hard to be Eddie and you're like, you are anything but edgy. Now, again, sweeping generalization, but a lot of OSR stuff makes me kind of feel that way. I love the OSR in the sense of like that style of game, that style of playing. It is I'm a big fan of it. Again, I do have gripes, right? Which is that I think it can get boring, and I think rulings over rules can get confusing, inconsistent, and draining. It can rely a lot on GM fiat and buyout, all this other stuff. But I also think that there's a part of the OSR that is more interested in the perception and the edge. Morkborg is a great example of this, than it is in actually playing like a good game, So, yeah. Because again, when I think of an old school great adventure, I think of fucking, Caves of Chaos, right? Caves of Chaos, and, or Lost City, or, which is just a dungeon with monsters in it, I'm not, I think a lot of, again, I think, sizzle style over substance, sizzle over steak or whatever. I think all sizzle, no steak or whatever. I think that there is an element of the OSR, risks falling into that, again, we recently looked at Dolmenwood. I thought Dolmenwood was great. I thought it wasn't trying to be super hyper edgy. It provided really cool sounding encounter. Like Dolmenwood was great. And I legitimately feel that way, but there is stuff I see that comes out, especially like zines and stuff like that. And I'm just like, maybe other people get it. Again, people love Morkborg. I don't, or Mjörkbjörg or whatever. It's just not for me. So I can only give you an opinion based off of my opinion, and, and my way of interacting with them. So, yeah. What's up, Radek? Radek says, builds were the death of my desire to play. OSR made me come back from 3rd, 4th, 5th edition. We used the kits in 2nd edition and crazy splat books, but I hated the complexity of 3rd edition. But yeah, no, absolutely. If you don't want there is something to be said about a game. Like, let me be clear about something here. I don't like builds either, right? I don't like builds. Builds are bad. I don't like builds, but do I mind playing a game? And as we go through it, at level 2, I get a cool new ability. At level 4, I get to pick a new cool ability. At level 6, I get that's fun. That's cool. Okay. Now, if I play an OSR game and my character is a fighter, and at level 1, I get proficiency in weapons and armor.
TA Sagent tip $25 to the strengths and weaknesses.
I get, if I'm playing OSR and I'm a fighter, I get proficiency in weapons and armor at level 1, and then I get nothing for the rest of the game. Now, if that's the way my GM is going to run my OSR game, I'm out. I'm out like here. Now, if we just use this very simple basic framework, and suddenly my GM's like, I'm finding cool swords, I'm finding shields that can expand into walls of force, I've got armor that lets me become ethereal, lets me pass through my enemies, I've got a sword that splits into a flaming and icing blade at one time. If I gain if I train with the ancient wise one, and she teaches me the whirlwind spinning technique, or my character's rage a lot, then I'm interested. If my character ends up with a bunch of cool little abilities and random cool magical items and stuff like that. But if you give me a bunch of shitty OSR magic items that suck, and you just expect me to be happy with just having proficiency in weapons and armor, I'm not. I'm out. So that's my thought on OSR and its strengths and weaknesses. Again, I like it. It's great. It's quick. It's fast. The rules are not that complex. It's easy to pick up. It's easy to play. Character creation is quick. They use a lot of, like things that I love, like, GP for XP is very common. And I love diegetic growth. Diegetic growth is possible in old school games, but I just don't know how often people are actually doing it, So a dungeon in the body of a dead god, which was actually a Planescape adventure from 2nd edition. TAS agent just tipped $25, says PBTA Strengths and weaknesses. Oh, okay. Boothby's perspective is one of my favorites. He always knows the real issues. He sure does. He's the G-Pote, right? He's the greatest player of all time. So, all right. Well, yeah. So PBTA. Let's find it here. All right, PBTA. Strength. Weakness. Low prep, no prep. Low prep, no prep. Rules matter. Rules matter. Strength. GMs have to GM. Weakness. GMs have to GM. You know, I mean, like everything at PBTA that's a strength is honestly a weakness for some people, right? You know what, Simon? I will give that one as a unparalleled weakness. Weird ass language. It uses weird terms and weird phrases and weird stuff. Another weakness, yeah, Boothby, I'll agree with that. Minimal build options, for people who do like build options. It doesn't support, in my opinion, no support for true long play, even Dungeon World 2 says, after like 12 sessions or something, you're pretty much cooked, Obvious says bespoke rules for a lot of different settings. Yeah, that's true, right? There is no PBTA system, so every PBTA game is kind of unique. It's fiction first, which people find annoying and weird. Its strength is that it's fiction first. I mean, for me, the biggest strength for PBTA is it's fiction first, it's fail forward. It avoids the null state, or I should say, it avoids the null result. Right? Every dice roll, when properly called for, results in something that changes the game. I think as a strength of PBTA is it very much relies on the GM. And in fact, I would say it empowers the GM to make great sweeping impact to the game. However, it also limits them. And believe it or not, that's also a weakness, right? It needs a GM. It needs a good GM. And GMs can feel stifled. Now, believe it or not, because some GMs want to play. When some GMs GM, they're like, I am God. I am the God of this world and this universe. Anything I make, any decision I want to make matters. They look at the game. It started off with some rule 0 thing, right? It said every rule is optional and I can pick and choose and whatever. PBTA doesn't do that. PBTA says, you're the GM. Okay, cool. Here are your rules. Here are your principles. Here are your agendas. Here's how the moves of the game work. Oh, no, that's not optional. They have to happen. That drives some GMs absolutely crazy. I'm not saying that it's a power trip thing. Maybe it is a power trip thing. I don't know what it is, but I think, okay, my viewpoint on it is the way that some players hate it when a game tells them, some mechanic in the game tells them, oh, your character is angry now. And they hate that because they're like, no, I'm in control of my character. You know, I should decide if I'm angry or not. I don't like that the game is telling me that my character is angry, even if that angry condition has rules text associated with it, which, by the way, is really funny to me because no one seems to complain about PF2 when your character can become frightened. Like, hey, that monster demoralized you, and now you're frightened. And people aren't like, that's bullshit. I wouldn't be frightened of that creature. I'm like, well, it rolled high enough, so you are. And you're like, whatever. I don't care. Anyways, so in any case, the GM, or rather the players dislike with the game telling them how they can run their game. Or when players dislike, most players dislike when the game tells them how they can play their player. Okay? And unless it's Magic, if it's Magic, people are fine with that strat, but you know, far be it from me. And then I think there's a lot of GMs who feel the same way, right? The GMs hate it when the rules of the game, you know, tell them. And you know, this makes total sense because for the GM, right, there's a common refrain that is used in more politically oriented terminologies, which is, you know, this idea that that there is a group which the laws protect but does not bind, right? You know, rules for thee, not for me, right? Unless they're to my advantage. Okay. Well, translate that. Sorry. GM, which the rules protect, but do not bind. This is what most GMs want. For better or for worse. They want rules that protect them, but do not bind them. Right? They want this, kind of fascist thing in the respect to how the rules, how the rules are played. Yeah, the rules exist, but I decide when or not they apply to me. Right? And, it's very common for GMs to use the rules as an excuse to say no or say yes. And then when they don't like those, they change them. So, right, the rules are to your advantage and they don't bind you. And that's the mindset of the trad gamer. PBTA, yeah, agreed, Simon. This is almost unnecessary if you want to run a railroad. Agreed. And so I think that most people are in that mindset. I don't like that mindset. So, I want to be just as bound by the rules as anybody else. And I enjoy working within the confines and the context of those rules. And I think this is like the single greatest thing that in a true deep fashion that PBTA really gets into. Right. Tim, I've brought this up many times before on the channel, right? Where a diplomacy check was made and nobody will know what was said because how would we ever know how, you convinced that person that you weren't a traitor, even though you clearly were? We'll just have to assume it happened. I think restrictions breed creativity. I'm a big believer in that. You know what, Wayne? That's a great another example. That's not necessarily strictly a PBTA thing, but, there's this idea that, the quantum nature of the world, right? So, the classic example is, I rolled low on my discern realities check, so ogres attacked. And what people don't understand, okay, is in Dungeon World 1, I have to be specific now. You enter into a room, the GM describes the room, and you say, I'm going to take a long and hard look at all the nooks and crannies and, what's going on in this chamber. And the GM says, oh, it sounds like you're discerning realities. Because again, the player described in the conversation, and everybody at the table, maybe another player suggested it, that they are making the discern realities roll. Okay? So they make the discern reality roll. This is a move that triggers. And let's just say that the player rolled a 6. They rolled a 5. They rolled a 5. So that triggers the GM makes as hard a move as they would like. Now, they don't have to make a hard move, but okay. So the GM takes a look at their move list, which again is descriptive, not prescriptive. And they choose to, announce imminent badness. I don't exactly remember the exact rule of this. And they basically say, a group of ogres has stumbled into the room. Now, maybe there's a fight, maybe there's not a fight, whatever. And there's a lot of people who see this and they go, oh, I hate this. I feel punished for having made a check, right? Because I made a check, it made ogres appear. That's the logic and the reasoning, right? Those ogres wouldn't have existed unless I made the discern reality check. And because I rolled a 5, the GM made a hard move, and they decided that that was what happened. But what they don't understand is that what this is trying to emulate is the following. Hey, GM, I'm going to search the room extensively. And the GM says, okay. That'll take 20 minutes. Cool. Player didn't say searching ceiling. So no find the secret door. 20 minutes equals random encounter check. Roll. Get ogres. Roll random distance. Roll reaction. Encounter. Now, in both these situations, right, your actions led to the creation of ogres. In neither of these scenarios were the ogres real. They came about because of your actions. Now, in BXD&D, we do this through a series of simulation as procedural elements, like rolling for the random encounter check, tracking how much time it took, rolling for the ogres, rolling for the random distance, rolling for the reaction. And so you could argue that maybe that makes it more legitimate, less bias, and that's fine. But the result is the same, which is that because you searched, ogres appeared. And this is what Dungeon World is trying to emulate. And it's trying to do that by eliminating all these random, the 18 rolls and just saying, look, GM, if you think it's appropriate in the fiction that ogres would appear, you can. Now, if ogres appear and there was never ogres here, you're in the middle of a town, that would be a little bit weird. I agree, right? The GM does have whatever the GM has the principles and objectives, and one of them is to, be honest, to reflect the world, an appropriate world. And the same thing is true with the ogres. The ogres just don't appear. They were on the random encounter table, and they're on the random encounter table because the GM made the random encounter table, and there's an ogre den nearby, and so the random encounter table has ogres on it, right? So there's still this sort of tie in to the fictional reality, but in both cases, these ogres were procedurally generated. So that's what Dungeon World is trying to get to. Right. And it's true. It does lay out the causality in simulationist terms, which is what makes people accept it. Correct. So in Dungeon World, just say you spend time and the minutes start to stretch towards an hour. Torches begin to burn low and still nothing is found. And then as you make your second rounds around the room, you hear the unmistakable grunting and shuffling of large bodies, a brutish language that can only be ogres. Is that suddenly more acceptable? Maybe. I don't know. So, well, correct. And these OBs, I would say in Dungeon World, players know that when they make a check, they run the risk of rolling low and generating a GM hard move. That's the difference. Now, granted, I'm not trying to say that these are exactly the same. They're not. They're clearly two different things. I'm simply saying that the what Dungeon World is trying to do is reflect the same functional reality that basic D&D was trying to do. So that's the most important thing, right? That's all. The other thing is, remember that PBTA, in my opinion, right, the move is not a check, right? A check implies a sort of simulationist element of, are you good enough? Are you strong enough? Are you smart enough? And PBTA/Dungeon World doesn't help this by like giving ability stats like strength and con and int. But the move is really more of a reflection of, is this going to lead to an upbeat in our story? Or is this going to lead to a downbeat in our story? It's not a check over whether or not you can do something. In fact, remember, you could roll a 2 on your 2d6 roll to discern realities to find the secret door. That means that the GM makes a move. And they can make any move they want, and it could be as hard as they want, and their move could be you find the secret door. That is an option. That is something that the GM gets to do. Because what the move is actually doing is it says, who gets to decide what happens next? Is it the player or is it the GM, right? It's more of a, who has the microphone? Who has the spotlight? Not in a Daggerheart term, but like in a realistic term, like a presentation term. So anyways, that's the gist of it, And but yes, not framing the moves, in the fiction is a mistake that many PBTA GMs make. Yes, correct. Very true. They just say never speak the name of your move is one of the first things that they teach you in PBTA, and many people do speak the name of their move, right? Oh, Nizo bees? All the time. All the time. All the time. The only thing is remember that in PBTA, to do it, and if you did it, you did it. So what that means is, if you want to do something, you have to describe what you're doing. And if a player says that they're doing something and I start to trigger a move and they say, whoa, why am I triggering that move? And maybe it's because we didn't understand each other and they were thinking a different set of circumstances, I might say, oh, okay, yeah, you could totally change you have to change your action though, because the action that you just described will trigger a move. And they say, no, I want to convince them without triggering a move. And I go, well, you can't do that, right? If you did it, you did it. And if you do it, you have to do it. So in other words, you can't have a free lunch. Like, you could change your action by describing doing something differently, but what you just described, what you're trying to accomplish in the game, will trigger a move. And if you want, because this game cares about that thing. I don't know why it does, but it does. I mean, I do know why it was, because that's what the designer cared about. But we don't get to decide. In this particular game, when you're trying to, read a character, when you're trying to examine an NPC and figure out what they're thinking and what they're feeling, this game cares about that mechanically, and we have to roll dice. Now, everything else that's not in the game that isn't got to move, the answer to PBTA is very simple. When the players look to you to see what happens next, you make a move. The GM just tells you what happens. So, for example, we looked at Dungeon World 2, and Dungeon World 2 has a move that basically is what's called sense motive, right? It's basically looking into someone's soul and getting a sense for what they're feeling or feeling. Not every PBTA game has this move. And so in a different PBTA game, if you tried to assess what another character was thinking or feeling, there would be no dice roll, because that game doesn't care about that. Instead, the GM would just answer you, and they would answer you with a GM move. In fact, when the players look to you to see what happens, the GM makes a soft move. They might tell you the answer. They might tell you an answer you don't like. They might ask you tell you the consequences and ask. They might tell you the cost and ask. They might, there's a lot of different moves that they can make. But it's the move language is just a bullshit terminology just to say the GM does a thing that advances the game forward. That's what move really means. Move is to distinguish it from faffing about. It's the GM equivalent of fluffy bullshit time, right? Where the GM is just saying things, but nothing, like the GM is speaking, but nothing's being said. So a move, and the concept of a GM move is the idea of it moving the story forward. It's moving the fiction forward. It's changing something. It's pushing an agenda. It's It's relying on the GM's principles and agenda to do the thing that they are there to do. And in PBTA games, the DM gets to do that, or the GM gets to do that when the players roll a 6-, when the players give you a golden opportunity, when the players look to you to see what happens next. So then that's basically your opportunity to say, okay, it's my turn to make a move to push the game forward. And that's what you're trying to do. So that's my take on PBTA strengths and weaknesses and just a general gist of things, which is to say most of the things that are strengths are also its weaknesses. If we could rename the move trigger, what would it be? Move. It would be trigger. Trigger is actually the better way. Almost every single move in PBTA starts with the words, if blah, 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 then. If blah, 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 then is a fucking trigger. It's a trigger. It's a reaction. They should be called something other than move. Move implies, to a certain extent, like pushing the button and activating it. That's not really what happens. Instead, you are describing things, and the move triggers almost autonomously, right? Or outside of your control. Yes, exactly, John.
Tip $25. Derek's choice, the strengths and weaknesses.
What the hell does that mean, TS? I mean, thank you for the tip. What does that mean? My choice. I mean, yeah, I think renaming it is a good idea, John. TS Agent, what does Derek's choice mean? You're the one paying the $25. Oh, Cinevoss, they fucked up. They done fucked up, Cinevoss. Something other than PBTA and OSR. I have no idea. I mean, thank you, Tim. Tim understands me so well. Thank you, Tim. Fate. I mean, Fate's like PBTA, but taken to the next level. So a lot of things in Fate are, 4th edition. I mean, we could do 4th edition. Severed Rona says, so how do we combine Wilder Feast and Heroic Deeds into the perfect game? I level up when I eat XYZ amount of skeletons. Severed Rona, we've already figured this out. Rhesus. Wow, that's deep cut. All right, 4th edition. Oh, not suggesting 4th edition. Just the only thing that is definitely not PBTA nor OSR. Okay, never mind. I mean, I could talk about the Year Zero engine system. You know what? I will talk about the Year Zero engine system. Thank you, Wayne. Only because it has a laundry list of things that I want to change and fix. All right. Year Zero engine. Now, to be clear, most of my experience of this is through the lens of the Forbidden Lands. Now, of course, obviously, all of you have watched our numerous videos on the Year Zero engine, so you're all aware of how the Year Zero engine works, right? Let's see here. Yeah, crickets, exactly obvious. All right, I'm gonna get another soda. Pull us up. Do you know the YZE? Vote in chat. This is true. I mean, every Year Zero engine is a little bit different. This is very true. But they all mostly use like a D6 system. Okay. So for the people who said sort of, the way Year Zero engine works is it is a D6 dice pool system. And you typically are going to get D6s from things like your stats or your skills or your gear. Now, different Year Zero engine games use different combinations of these. Some get more, some get yes. But you add these up. And typically, you're going to be rolling anywhere from, I don't know, 3 to 10 dice. So it's not huge. And then you're going to roll all of your dice. And what you need is a single 6 to succeed. Now, the game is not like PBTA or anything like that. It's binary success failure. So if you don't get any 6s, let's say you rolled 8d6 and you didn't get any 6s, you failed. If you got a single 6, you succeeded. Now, there are certain actions in the game. If you roll multiple 6s, then you might have an additional benefit in attack. Like, for example, in Forbidden Lands, if you roll a single 6, then with an attack, you hit. But for each additional 6 that you roll, you get to cause an additional point of damage. Okay. So, what is good about this? Well, what's strength, weakness? Well, one of the strengths about the Year Zero engine, as I play it and I understand it is a level-less, I'm going to say mostly classless system. I think that's great. The way that Forbidden Lands works, the way that a lot of Year Zero engines systems games work, is it allows you to you get experience points through playing the game. I should actually add that XP is goal based. At the end of almost every Year Zero engine game, the GM will ask the players a series of questions. Those questions are tied usually directly to what the game is about. In the case of Forbidden Lands, the game is about, exploring a dangerous world and taking on scary monsters and, finding cool lost treasures. For each of those questions that you answer yes to, you get an experience point. So you accumulate these experience points. You then use those experience points to buy new skills and new talents. And there's usually some sort of escalating cost, right? To get the first rank of a skill is relatively cheap. To get the second rank, the third rank, the fourth rank is becomes more expensive. This is a really cool way. It can feel very diegetic. If that session you worked a bunch on, your check, your cooking check or something, you could put points into it and, build up to it. So that's why I say it's mostly classless lane. It's a lot of archetypes. I would call them soft classes. It doesn't have quite the same hard guardrails that a lot of where you get automatic progression, right? A lot of times you might start with a certain archetype that gives you a certain starting set of skills, or maybe there's one set of talents that only your class can access. But for the most part, it's fairly classless. So that's really cool. The dice pool system is great. I think, because it's really cool and easy to, there's no DC in the game. All you need to know is a 6. The players get to, the players know they need a 6 before they roll the dice. That's it. That's all they need to know. So there's no what do I need to roll? Did I roll enough? You don't have to add up numbers. There's no adding. You just roll your dice. Do you see a 6? Find the 6s, right? I guess that is technically math, but it's very easy math, which is great. Another thing which is cool is it's very, very tactile as a player, right? Like if you are good at something and you get to add 3 more D6 to your pool, it feels good. I think it feels more visceral. You've got a bigger pool of dice. It feels better. Similarly, the GM can give bonus or penalty dice. You could argue that this is sort of a way of reflecting difficulty, and in fact, indeed it is. But like the GM might say, hey, this is a really difficult thing. So take 2 dice out of your pool before you make your roll. That feels, again, very, very, very visceral, very tactile, very tactile. Same thing if the GM's giving you bonus dice, or if maybe another player helps you and aids you. If you've got a cool new magical sword. Now, in Forbidden Lands, again, this is specific for Forbidden Lands. In Forbidden Lands, you can get certain high-level talents and certain high-level, so like abilities, right? Abilities that your character gets. And you can get certain magical items that actually let you roll D8s or even D10s or even a D12. And in a game where so it's not really that you need a 6, you need a 6 or higher technically. Now on a D6, the highest you can get is a 6. So when you have a really cool talent, like your character is really good at surviving in the wilderness, you get to add a bonus D8 to your pool. Or maybe you have some really awesome magical item that's really good at killing people. You get to add a D10 to your attack pool. So suddenly you have 1 die that can generate a 6 on not just a 6, but a 7 or an 8 or a 9 or a 10. And that's really, really cool because it feels powerful. Like a magical item feels amazing. Compare this to the standard D&D magical item of, okay, I have a magical weapon, +1. It's like what my attack roll +1. There's no difference. So that's really cool. Year Zero engine also tends to be mostly, I would say, lower power level. It's a little bit more gritty, which can be a good thing. Your characters typically aren't, walking around with hundreds of hit points, and a lot of times you can go down really easily. It's lower power level, but what's great about it is it's a little bit of an illusion. So, and again, I'm going to use Forbidden Lands here for an example, but in Forbidden Lands, your character's hit points are equal to your character's strength score or might score, brawn score, something like that. That means that your character might have 3 to 5 hit points, like for the whole game, forever. That's it. You might have 3 to 5 hit points. It's not a lot. It doesn't go up. There's no level to go up and all this other stuff. But if your character goes to 0 HP, you don't die. Instead, you roll on a D66 critical injury chart. And yes, certain bad things can happen to you. Your character might break their leg, or they might, suffer internal bleeding. But the most important thing is only a 66 is death. So in a weird way, you can go down a lot and you will suffer. And don't get me wrong, we'll get to this on the downside, right? This can cause death spirals and all this other stuff. But it's like it feels dangerous without being like a fucking meat grinder. And I think that's really important because a lot of old school games feel dangerous and they are a meat grinder. Now, that being said, Tim in chat, my buddy, he was our first character to get reduced to 0 hit points when we played Forbidden Lands, and he promptly rolled a 66 and was killed. So, now, these are all really great strengths. Oh, and the last one. Most Year Zero engine games have a way to push a roll. And pushing a roll basically means if you roll your dice and you don't get any successes, but you really want to succeed, the game will give you an option to basically pick up your dice and roll again. But it usually comes at a cost or a price. Your character might become more exhausted. Your character might suffer more conditions that could potentially, harm you in the long run. But what's really neat about this is it gives you as a player that ability to say, no, this is something I really care about. I'm willing to risk. I'm willing to risk more in order for a second bite at success. And that's really cool because it really, gives you as a player a feeling of agency and control. One shitty bad dice roll isn't necessarily the end of the line, right? You still get an opportunity for a second bite at that. Now, that doesn't guarantee, nothing is ever guaranteed. Of course, you could roll again and still fail. But the cool thing about it is it's not like it's relying on this very rare meta currency like inspiration or hero points like from PF2. You could push basically every roll in the game. So in theory, as long as, it's not like there's no risk or anything like it's got to be something of material importance to push a roll. If it's not, why are we even rolling? But I think that's really cool because it means that when you push and you fail again, it doesn't feel as bad as like when you cashed in one of your very few resources to get a reroll and then you failed. So it's a very different situation and circumstance. Now, the weaknesses or the downside of Free League, and a couple of these are the biggest ones, which is one, no one understands the odds. It's very disheartening. People go, oh, I need a 6. I'm rolling 6 dice. So I'm like guaranteed to roll a 6, right? No, not even close. And for some odd reason, it feels worse somehow when you're rolling like 10 dice and none of them come up a 6. And then you go, I'm going to push. And you pick up all 10 dice and you roll them all again and none of them come up a 6. Like that is infuriating. And it's very difficult to know what your actual odds are of success. Now, this only really matters to, the spike gamist fucks that, are like, I need to know I'm 73%. Well, then I'm going to take the action. Wait. No, it's not 73%. I'm only 62% to complete. Guys, sorry, I pass. Like, does anybody actually do that? I don't think so. But I mean, look, more dice, better. Less dice, worse. I mean, that's just, the long and the short of it. I actually don't view this as a weakness. Some people, like, I'm not like a big D100 fan. And I know there are people who are like, I love D100 because I understand exactly what my percent chance is. And I go, there's a difference between understanding what your chance is and having that actually matter. You know, like if I tell you that your odds are 75% and then, or I tell you your odds are 68%, like is that really making a difference to you? Like, I can't imagine that it is. You know, just fucking roll the dice. Just fucking roll the dice. More is better, less is worse. I don't know. I don't consider this a weakness, but there are a lot of people who complain about this, which is fair. You know, the game can death spiral pretty hard. You know, I mean, in Forbidden Lands, your strength, your hit points equals your strength is actually not correct. Your strength is your hit points. So if your strength is 4, when you go to make a melee attack, you're going to roll 4 dice plus whatever dice you get from your skill with, let's say, axes or swords, plus maybe a die or 2 from your weapon. But let's say you take 2 damage. Well, then your strength is now 2. And now if you make a melee attack, you're only rolling 2 dice, not 4. If your strength is reduced to 1, you're only rolling 1 die, not 4, not 2. And, you know, obviously, eventually your strength gets to 0. When that happens, your character breaks, and that's when you would roll in that D66 table. So it's it gets pretty bad. Now, keep in mind, when you roll in that D66 table, your character may not die. In fact, they're very likely that they won't die. Instead, they get broken ribs. And because they have broken ribs, they, you know, I don't even know. We can look it up. I'm guessing that broken ribs is a thing, but it almost certainly is here. All right, here we go. Let's say critical injuries from blunt force trauma, broken ribs. All right, this is not lethal, so your character won't have a chance to bleed out and die from it. You get a -2 dice penalty to all movement checks and melee checks until the injury is healed. Now, remember, this is a dice pool game where you're rolling between 3 to 10 dice. So if your dice pool was 7 before to make your melee attack, now it's only 5. Maybe you took some strength damage. Now it's only 3. Now it's only 2. So it is very much death spiral, the game, which can be very problematic. Now, to be clear, this is part of the aesthetic, I think, of the year, right? Year Zero engine is named after Mutant Year Zero, which was Free League's like first game where they did this system. And that's survival in a post-apocalyptic, horrific mutant wasteland, right? And so Forbidden Lands is just that, but, you know, in like a fantasy setting, to a certain extent. So, you know, the games are trying to be gritty. And I mean, there are definitely people. Now, that being said, there is a little bit of performativeness to these games. Like, for example, when your character gets broken ribs, you get a -2. And remember, that doesn't mean oh, I should actually add this to a strength for the most part. There's no pluses or minuses in the game. You might add dice, you might remove dice, but you're never going to be like +2. No, that's not true. There are a handful of exceptions, but it's not like a game where you're like adding up numbers. It's always just roll dice, get a 6. Okay. But if you have broken ribs, you get a -2 to move checks and melee checks. By the way, the move skill, these are skills, is like, you know, if you wanted to like jump across a pit or do some sort of acrobatic maneuver or run really fast, that's a move check. So that is you know, that's going to really affect your ability to not just adventure and explore, but also obviously fight, which again, not great. But I'm looking up the wound. The healing time? $2d6 days. Now, I don't need to tell you much about broken ribs to tell you that broken ribs take a hell of a lot longer than 2d6 days to heal. So the game is weirdly punishing, but it's also strangely not. It gives you a lot of, it has a tendency to like make it feel really, you know, horrible and oppressive, but in some ways it's not. So it can be a death spiral, but it's also very possible to break free of it. Now, I'm going to cover my absolute, this is my complete and total, this is mostly a Forbidden Lands thing, so you have to bear with me.
TA's agent tip $25. Look, man. I have Burning Wheel and the Codex, and I have struggled to actually read them. Convince me to take a look at Burning Wheel.
All right, we got a topic change. I don't get to tell you my least favorite thing about Forbidden Land. Oh, well, all right, I will tell you about it. It's willpower. And we'll leave it at that. If you're a member of the Knights Last Call Patreon, you already know this issue. Okay, well, I'm going to say something very controversial, TA's agent, because I'm not going to try to convince you to play Burning Wheel. Because I don't prefer Burning Wheel. I would rather play Torchbearer or Mouse Guard. That's just me. That's just me. I understand that Burning Wheel is the magnum opus, but I would rather play the games that are very, very, very focused on sort of a theme and an identity, whereas Burning Wheel is more focused as a meta construct on just conflict and growth. And it doesn't really have a, you know, it's more tied to the meta concept of conflict and growth, right? And growth through conflict, and growth causing conflict, right? Which is cool, which is neat, which is very engaging, which is very, you know, awesome and hardcore. But it's just not my preference. I like a game that is a little bit more, you know, tied into something. I don't, you know, generally speaking, I don't like generic games as much. I like games that, you know, are kind of really focused about some sort of concept or like you're mice, you're dungeon delvers, you know, you're living in a crazy post-apocalyptic fantasy world. Burning Wheel doesn't really have any of that. It's a generic game that's designed to be played for a variety of spaces and reasons. The other thing about Burning Wheel is that it you know, there's this idea that the game is very simple, and it is to a certain extent, but then it has some very, 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 very lengthy subsystems that, you know, it can almost be a massive topic unto themselves. But the core game of Burning Wheel, I think is fine. It's a, you know, it's a D6 dice pool system, except instead of needing 6 pluses, you need 4 pluses. That's really what it comes down to. And, you know, the skill progression is diegetic. You advance your character by, you know, challenging your character's beliefs and achieving goals. There's a lot to really enjoy about that. What I prefer is a game like Torchbearer, where you're taking that concept and then sort of applying it to, you know, a very, very specific thing, which is dungeon delving, you know? And I think that's, to me, a little bit more interesting. Now, Desticles disagrees, says it's very specific in its setting. Okay, agreed to disagree. But again, I think it's very specific in its meta setting. I don't think it's very specific in its setting. Does that make sense? Yes, it's, you know, in that respect. But yeah. Mice, you say. So which one do I prefer? Well, I prefer, that's tough. I mean, Mouse Guard is weirder for most people to buy. Mouse Guard is a simpler game than Torchbearer, so there's that. Obviously, I prefer Torchbearer. I think Torchbearer is a great game. I think it creates some really great moments, and it's really fun. It's really cool. I think the idea of Mouse Guard is amazing. And I think it's really fun, and it's a role-playing game at its greatest, you know. How do you be this little, you know, this mouse who goes on these, you know, crazy adventures that a mouse should never go on. So I like them both just fine, but if I had to pick, I had to say yes. Well, my favorite, Wayne. So Wayne says, when I hear someone claim that indie games are not crunchy, I point out Burning Wheel. Very indie, very crunchy, very opinionated. Now, to be clear, I love Burning Wheel. I love it for its commentary. I love it for Luke Crane's unfettered belief in what he's saying. I love it for being very opinionated, and being very like in your face and saying, no, this is the way it is and this is the way it should be. And if you don't have a problem with it, play somebody else's game. That's awesome. None of this like, well, the rules are for you and you should feel free to change them at your whim. And none of that. Luke is basically like, if you change the rules to my game, I can't stop you, but it will ruin the game. And then don't tell anybody that my game sucks because you fucked it up. That's basically his mindset. And I'm a big fan for that. Luke Crane, I want to say on like Elder Goblin Games' stream, the next time, because he understands the mantra and the belief. The next time somebody tells you like, oh man, system doesn't matter, man. It's all about the GM and the vibes. The next time somebody suggests that, tell them, okay, let's play Burning Wheel then. And let's see how quickly they change their tune, right? If somebody tells you system doesn't matter, they're like, it's all about the GM. Yeah, I could run this game with anything. Luke Crane's like, cool, recommend Burning Wheel and see what they say, And I guarantee you suddenly they're going to have an opinion, I mean, I think, I don't know if you're joking, Adam Hart, but probably the most hardcore person in the Knights of Last Call Discord is Ben Asaro. He's been on our channel many times on the live stream. I mean, he is currently running Harn Master, or he's currently running a game in Harn, but he's using Burning Wheel to run it. So it's extra hardcore. I've been reading Torchbearer, but I'm scared of the procedures. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. I mean, at its fundamental core, Torchbearer isn't actually that hard of a game. But again, it does, put some challenge on the GM, and you do have to be aware of the procedures because the rules do matter. And that's the whole point, is that you're playing through the procedure because you trust or believe that the procedures are going to take you somewhere cool and somewhere awesome or somewhere difficult and painful. But that's the whole point of the game, right? Right, Mark Lore. So I love Mouse Guard, but I have an issue with it, which is similar to yours with the OSR. Progression is mostly just skill increases. There's not much special abilities or magical equipment. Exactly, Mark Lore. And to be clear, this is why I love Torchbearer. Torchbearer still has classes. It still has levels. You still level up your skills diegetically through using them, but you also earn XP by spending your persona and spending your fate points. And as you get higher level in your class, you get new abilities, you get spell casting, and yes, even magical items, which Mouse Guard doesn't really have. By the way, if you're not aware, we do have a Torchbearer actual play on our channel. And by that, I mean actual play is what people call it, because it wasn't like it was just me recording a game that I played with my patrons. And if you're a patron member, you actually could see 2 Torchbearer games, the Sunday crew, which is public, and the Saturday crew, which is private. Is that the same tip? What is going on?
TA's agent tip $25.
Do you mean to do that?
Man, I have Burning Wheel and the Codex, and I have struggled to actually read them. Convince me to take a look at Burning Wheel.
So I will simply say this, TAS agent. I don't know if you meant to tip again. If so, I apologize. So I will say this before I go on to your thing about GURPS. They talk about the rim, the hub, and the spokes, right, of Burning Wheel. And the Luke Crane, what a fucking book. Even in the first page, there's a sidebar of the different voices in his head, right? This is the instructor, this is the ranter, this is the weeper. Oh my God, it's so great. So great and so awesome. And like, for example, this is like high levels of bullshitism to its nth degree, right? What do you call them? Do you call them skill ranks? No, they're called exponents. Is there like a tier quality? No, it's called shade. Like, oh, you're a gray shade. You're a white shade. You're shade black. Oh, it's so fucking horrible. I love it, but it's so fucking horrible. Oh, those are failures? No, those are called traders. Does it make a fucking difference? Absolutely not. Anyways, I will say that, the hub and the spoke are all you should really learn. If you're going to run Burning Wheel, just completely skip the rim. right? Learn the hub, which is not that long. And then the spokes is, yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to say it's a short game because like burning a character is like a multiple hour affair. It's like 150 pages in the book. But if you just learn the spokes and the hub, the core stuff, but you can skip steal, resources, duel of wits, range and cover, fight, sorcery, emotional damage, don't make the mistake of trying to use all of the core, the optional elements on the hub or the rim. Just focus on the hub and the spokes and burn the character. Okay, so TS agent apparently fucked up. The prompt is speak only praises of GURPS. That's a tough one. Do I still have my GURPS? All right. Well, the last time I owned a GURPS was 3rd edition, revised. This was the second RPG I ever bought because I wanted to be cool. This one's gonna be tough, folks. Like, I'm gonna show you something here, so you can understand this here. Like, this is the ladder climbing table. Okay. And it says ladder going up and how many rungs per second you can travel over a short distance versus a long distance. So like if you're going up, you can do 3 rungs per second on a short climb. You can only do 1 rung per second on a long climb. Now, the distance that you can travel on a ladder is not determined by the height. It's determined by how many rungs the ladder has. Same thing with ropes, trees, modern buildings, stone walls, ropes with equipment, rope up, rope down. That's right. You have a different climbing rate going up a ladder than you have a climbing rate going down a ladder. Now, when it comes to like lifting things, it is tied, of course, to your strength score. But it depends. Are you lifting it with 1 hand? Are you lifting it with 2 hands? Are you carrying it on your back? Are you shifting it slightly? Are you dragging it? Are you pulling it on wheels? Are you pulling it without wheels? Are you making extra effort to push it? And then, of course, there's an entirely different sidebar for if you want to shove things but also knock them over. Now, to be clear, if you want to climb anything, you must make a climbing roll. Climbing roll skill defaults to dex -5 or strength -5. 1 roll is required to start the climb, with a further roll required every 5 minutes. A failed roll means you fall. If you are secured by a rope, you will only fall to the end of the rope unless you rolled a critical failure. Modifiers to the roll depend on the difficulty of the climb. See the table below. Also, when you make this climb, your encumbrance level is subtracted from your climbing skill. Climbing while heavily laden is a dangerous matter indeed. Regardless of encumbrance, a normal human character can manage 3 ladder rungs per second going up or 2 ladder rungs per second going down. Any climbing during combat movement will only last a little while longer and will be inspired by rage or terror, so it will go quickly. If you are making a long climb, use the speeds located in the second column. Climbing during combat will also require a climbing check, additionally a move maneuver. And by the way, I just picked one thing, which is climbing. Jumping is just as complicated. Throwing things, just as complicated. Digging, swimming, holding your breath, how well you can smell. It's like the worst game ever. And worst of all, it's all character point building. So it is like a min-maxer's dream. Okay. Everything in this book is point based, right? You buy them with points. But then the game also has this bullshit list of disadvantages, which are like flaws that you build, that you take, so that like, you know, you get more points for your character. So for example, you could be like, oh, I pick my nose a lot, so I have an odious personal behavior, so that's going to give me 10 extra points so that I can, you know, be a better dual wielding weapon spec. It's like if you took all the worst things about RPGs for me and put them into one game. It's very build focused. It leans into min-maxing. It's got horrible amounts of math. It's got tedious, endless simulationist rules. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I mean, there's like an IQ level training chart. I mean, the for training animals, there's a whole chart here for determining if a shot will penetrate an automobile. That's before we get into chapter 17, flight, which has its own whole set of rules. It is quite literally, correct. They are supposed to make characters flavorful, but mostly they just end up being cheesed. Okay. I have one good thing to say. The game uses hexes for its battle grids. So there you go. That is a win in my book. The game uses hexes for its battle grid. Ooh, do you want to know what your thrusting damage is for a lance? Well, good luck. You're going to have to calculate your speed, the horse's speed, your skill. It's going to be a hell of a thing. You got infection charts, bleeding, heat, freezing, falling, drowning. It's a whole thing. It's like the worst. It's like the worst game I've ever played. And that's saying a lot. Are there decompression rules? That's a great question. There's an underwater demolition skill. I don't know if that helps us. I wouldn't know where. I mean, you know what? There probably are. If any game has decompression rules, it's definitely, you know, right, because there was a million expand. This is the core book, people. This is the core book. Do you know how many GURPS books they made? They made so many fucking GURPS books. They made so many GURPS books. More than 12. Well, technically they were soft cover, so Strat, you know, it's all right, here we go. Hold on a sec here. I mean, we've got GURPS Vehicle Expansion 1. We've got GURPS Vehicle Expansion 2, Alternate Earths 2. We've got Compendium 2, Monsters. Apparently a lot of these. GURPS Space, GURPS Supers, GURPS Reign of Steel, GURPS Basic, GURPS Infinite Worlds, GURPS Martial Arts, GURPS Magic, GURPS Thaumaturgy, GURPS Fantasy, GURPS High Tech, GURPS Low Tech, Ultra High Tech. I don't even know what that says. Ultra Tech, Powers, Horrors, Zombies. See this GURPS thing? This is a collage of mosaic of all the different GURPS covers from all the different GURPS fucking books. There's so many GURPS books. It's unreal. GURPS Japan. I'm sure that's not racist at all. GURPS Old West. GURPS Warehouse 23. GURPS Aliens. It's unreal. GURPS Biotech. GURPS Ultra Tech 2. GURPS Discworld. I mean that's that is the game in a nutshell, folks. So yeah, that's my thoughts on GURPS. It also has the name is great. Generic Universal Role Playing System. That's great. I like how it says basic set, says Millbrook. That implies that there's a GURPS Advanced out there. Yeah, when you start playing with all that other shit. GURPS Cops, GURPS Pirates. The whole thing. It is a, and here's the crazy thing. What is the current, GURPS is currently, okay, it's on its 4th edition. Okay. Yeah. So this is 3rd edition, which came out in 1988, which makes sense because I bought this like in the mid 90s and this is the 3rd edition. So they're currently on the 4th edition, which apparently is they haven't made a 5th edition. So there's at least that. Boy, it's a hell of a thing. I mean, it's true. Somebody's buying it. Somebody's buying it. Yeah, GURPS the container. GURPS the gaming bag. That is definitely a thing. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. I mean, it's crazy. I know that like combat, you know, in shout out to Hackmaster, combat I think takes place in seconds, by the way. So like let me see if I can find it here. So like when like you roll initiative, you have to like determine like how many seconds it takes you to draw your weapon, how many seconds it takes you to stand up, how many seconds it takes you to do this and that. There's blocking and parrying and dodging and retreating. To be clear, I do think I like the retreating rules. Yeah. So a lot of the combat rules for GURPS kind of got taken into Hackmaster 5th edition. They don't use the count up, which is the problem, but there are some cool. It does have one of my favorite rules of all time. So I did remember this just at the last minute, which is the retreating rule, which is actually a rule from Hackmaster 5th edition. And it's actually one of my favorite like combat rules of all time because it also kind of reflects the Middle Earth strategic battle game from Games Workshop.
Calderi Arc tip $2. Is it bad when I heard GURPS container? I thought there was a book for playing as a container.
No, you know what? There probably is somewhere out there that is a thing. So I don't blame you for being, you know, completely off put by that. You're not wrong. So let me tell you like my favorite GURPS rule, which is also my favorite Hackmaster rule, which is also one of my favorite war game rules from a wargaming skirmish game. So, in Hackmaster and in GURPS, I'm going to zoom in here so we can get these things. So in Hackmaster and in GURPS, what's going on? Oh, my thing turned off. Come on, you son of a bitch. There we go. Okay. I had to zoom all the way in so we could get these. Okay. So in Hackmaster and in GURPS, okay, if you're fighting an orc in the game and the orc attacks you, okay? And the orc attacks you, you have the ability to make a defensive roll, right? To try to avoid the attack. Well, one of the things that you could do, well, what is going on with that? I don't even know what that is. Okay. Apparently everywhere I click now is a button. Okay. I don't know what is going on. All right. I don't know what that was or why that happened. Okay. Anyways, I'm trying to click. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was being such a pain in the ass. Anyways, in GURPS and in Hackmaster 5th edition, if your character is attacked, you are going to make a defensive roll. Now, yes, it is an opposed roll. It's an opposed roll in Hackmaster. It's an opposed roll in GURPS, which I don't love. But one of the things that you can do in GURPS and in Hackmaster is, in order to give your character a benefit to their defense roll, is your character can basically give up space. So if your character has a place to retreat to, they can gain a very big advantage to their defensive roll, to the point where, as long as a character is willing to yield space. Now, if you've ever done any sort of martial arts or fencing or any sort of hand-to-hand combat sport, you know that it doesn't matter how good your opponent is, right? If you're willing to cede space, they can't hit you. It just doesn't work. And I love that. Like, it's a very, from a simulationist, from a, whatever tact, from a game perspective. But I also really appreciate it because of the ability for the game to sort of make a cool, from a tactical perspective as well. And as I was describing before, in the Lord of the Rings strategic battle game, the way that the game worked is, if you had, let's say, 2 orcs, and again, Lord of the Rings strategic battle game did not use a grid, but you had a soldier of Gondor here, and if that soldier of Gondor was being attacked by 2 orcs, the way that the Lord of the Rings battle game worked is that you would roll 1d6 for each orc, and you would roll 1d6 for the soldier of Gondor, and you would take the highest d6 rolled. And so if the orcs rolled a 3 and a 5, you would take the 5. And then if the Gondorian soldier rolled less than a 5, the Gondorian soldier rolled a 1, a 2, or 3, or 4, he lost that fight. Right? If you tied, each model had a fight score, and whoever had the higher fight score won. So, presumably the Gondorian soldier had a higher fight score than the orcs. He's a better trained, more martially oriented character. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. And he would win. Anyways, when the other side beat you in a combat, your character was forced, your model, this is a skirmish war game, your model was forced to basically yield ground and give up an inch of space. Basically, they moved, whatever the size of their base was, they had to move that far back. And when that happened, the orcs would get a chance to kill your model. However, if your character could not retreat, let's say they were surrounded by orcs, or maybe their character, maybe your character was up against a cliffside, and there was, the straight path retreat from my orcs would be into this cliffside. I can't retreat. Then when the orcs made a check to see if they killed your character, it was basically doubled. So it was very likely that they were going to kill your character. And so what this meant is, as long as your characters had room to fall back and give space, it was very difficult to kill models. But if you could get your characters surrounded, it was very easy to kill them. Similarly, it meant that your characters had the ability to, not through bull rush actions like we would get in 3rd edition D&D, but you could literally claim space by just being aggressive, because you would presumably force the characters to have to yield space in the strategic space in order to, not die when they get attacked. And I always thought that was really, really cool from a gameplay perspective, and I always wanted to see it in a TTRPG. Now, Hackmaster does it, GURPS does it, but those games have, their own problems of being unbelievably hyper simulationist. So, but I do love the idea of it in some form or fashion for a game. Nickel C says, love your stuff. 49ers for life. Is that a football reference? I assume it is. Oh, that's right. But they're not playing, are they? I don't know much about the foosball, but it does look like we are into the last quarter of the game. So presumably, with 12 minutes left on the clock, we'll only have to play, we'll only have another stream for another half hour or more, because that's about, right? It's about a 3-to-1 ratio, right? 15-minute quarter takes about 45 minutes or so, give or take, plus a halftime, which we're already through. So, right, 45 is an hour and a half, plus an hour and a half, 3 hours, plus, 50 minutes plus for commercials. So, looks like it's not even much of a game. Anyways, good stuff. So that's my take on GURPS. Right, of course, Woodland Fellowship. You know what? Respect to the people who do the Super Bowl, because I literally was at Starbucks earlier today and someone was like, oh, I'm going to watch for the commercials. I was like, the fact that they could get you to watch for the commercials is crazy. I'll be honest, you weren't exclusively positive about GURPS, but I'll let it slide. I'm sorry. I can only control what I control, TAS agent. I can only say so much. Yeah, what a month for Bad Bunny, huh? Wins album of the year, performs at the Super Bowl. Good for him. Center of a massive political controversy. It's all great. I'm sure he loves it. I am aware of Honor and Intrigue, but I've never looked at it, Mark Clore, and I've never dug into it, but I am aware of it. I've heard of it many times. By the way, I do think someone earlier in the chat said that they took the Seahawks +8, so looks like you're winning. Good stuff. All right. Well, how do we want to spend our last, half hour or so? You guys want to go back to AD&D, or you guys want to do something else, or you tell me. Do I still have that? I do. Probably, unless I hear otherwise, I'll go back to AD&D. The Seas of Eam. Dagger Hype? I don't. Dagger Hype is let's talk about Cortex Prime, Shadow Dark. What's up, Mr. Goats? What is there? I mean, I don't know what there really is to talk about Shadow Dark. I mean, it's a very simple game. There's not much to it. Roll D20, roll high. The classes are basically just a bunch of really boring random abilities that that make other numbers get higher. But it's got real-time torches, advantage and disadvantage. That's Shadowheart in a nutshell, or Shadow Dark in a nutshell. Shadowheart. Let's talk about Daggerheart. Oh, somebody did ask a question. Did I see the thing about the Neopets? Yes, I did see the thing about the Neopets. That's crazy. There was a lot of games mentioned, Cinnabos, so you'd have to specify about what is so popular. As for Daggerheart, boy, I'm in a weird place with that game. I just feel like, again, I don't want to be a gatekeepy fuck. And I even said that, I hate being me, because I'm going to say stuff and it's like, it just gives the wrong impression of me as like a horrible person. And I am to a certain extent, but like the Daggerheart community is kind of ruining it for me, because I just think that they're like missing the point in its entirety. And I'm worried that the audience and the stuff being made for Daggerheart is shifting to meet the audience that exists, and I don't love that. Now I know Rowan and Spencer just did a Dagger talk or whatever the other day. I did not see that yet, but I just feel like, I know it sounds terrible, but I feel like, it's like imagine if you really loved a sport and you're like, I love the sport. And you're like, oh, why don't you go to the games? You're like, the fans ruin it for me. And it's like, it's that there's an element of Daggerheart, that I feel like, and I don't know how to get involved with that conversation without seeming like a dick. And it's kind of a battle I don't want to fight. And I just see, and again, I know like, you know, actual plays on YouTube and posts on Reddit are not necessarily reflective of the real world. I get that. But, you know, they are the data points that I have. And from what I've seen, it's just like, it's very frustrating for me about how and why and where people are choosing to engage with the game and how they're, you know, and again, I just feel like it's just not a community that I find myself vibing with. And that makes me feel like I shouldn't be a part of it. Right? I'm not trying to yuck their yum. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to yuck their yum. And I don't want to like, so, but that also means that I don't want to get engaged and I don't want to get involved. Could I give a concrete example? Yeah, I mean, the most concrete, I mean, I'm sure if I went to Reddit right now, I probably could find a million things. And again, I mean, I think some of this is also too, is me, I'm wrong, right? Like, let me be very clear about this. I'm wrong. It's just that's how I view and approach and interact with the game differently, you know? So all right, so a couple of concrete examples. One, the adversaries that people are creating, I think, are really, really, really overly complex. I think a lot of the environments that people are creating are really overly complex. So there's that. Like, again, if this is you, I'm not trying to make fun of you, but like, again, I'm not. It is what it is. This is some post from Reddit. This is somebody's, and again, this isn't like official or anything like that. It's just someone's post from Reddit. This was someone's tier 1 event, which was called, so this is a tier 1 event. A local dining establishment needs a PC's help conducting business for the week. So we've got, I want to speak to the manager, balancing the books, Sunday brunch, rowdy crowd. Are you not entertained? Dinner rush, soup du jour, weekly special, shifting palettes. That's not an environment. Like that's a lot, of stuff. A lot of like, hey, my players combined something with another thing. It's broken. How do I fix it? How do I change it? People are obsessed with fear trackers. Why not just use like, I don't know, glass gems? This is fine, by the way. Again, I'm not trying to yuck their yum. I'm just saying things that I don't really care about. Questions about like people having problems with like fiction first, people having problems with like, running the game like 5e, basically. People getting upset, like so many posts where people are basically just describing using fear to just basically activate an adversary. It's just, I don't know. Like the things that people aren't getting is just not like, no, Kendall, it's not even that. It's just that like, most of the fear trackers I see are highly impractical. That's the main thing. I don't mind it being visible and tactile. That's cool, but most of them are just very impractical. That's it. That's just me being like just a shitty person. But like again, it's just this idea that like the things that people are really, really complaining about and having issues with, it's like, I feel like they're focusing on the wrong things. And again, it could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it is something that I've noticed and something I don't really engage with from that perspective. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, here's the problem. I think people, they read the rules, they read like the abilities, and then they just started playing it like it was 5th edition D&D. Now that says that is actually hypocritical for me to say that, because I said one of the strengths of Daggerheart is that you can play it badly, and it's basically just 5th edition D&D, maybe even a little bit better, which is great. Right? That is great. That is cool. But that's not the game at its best, So Simon, that's a great example of a concrete example, something that bothers me a lot. They talk a lot about balance. Even though death without player consent is impossible. Correct. It's absolutely like, who cares about balance? Who cares about how powerful or something? Like, I see so many GMs being like, oh, the PCs are so powerful, I can't kill them. You couldn't kill them anyways. I see a lot of people talking about how overpowered and powerful the characters are, and you cannot kill them. You just can't. You can't kill them. I mean, I guess if you kill them enough, they take enough scars. People act like when they die, they take a scar. No, you roll a die. And you really don't take a scar until later in the game, when the campaign is probably almost finished anyways. I also have gone on record as saying I don't like risk at all. There are actual rules to Daggerheart that I don't like. I don't like the risk at all rule at all. Right, but I do want to point out that, like, at level 1, you can't get a scar. At level 2, your chance of getting a scar is 1 in 12. At level 3, your chance of getting a scar is 1 in 6. That's assuming that you're, going to 0 and choosing avoid death. I don't know how often that's happening, but hopefully it's not happening that much. Realistically, you shouldn't really start getting scars until you reach the midpoint of the game. And that's assuming that you're running a full tier 1 to tier 4 game going 1 to 10, which, if, D&D 5e and other games are to be believed, most people don't do. So, yeah. Yes. So I would agree. I think risk it all is a problem. I think risk it all is also a problem because I think a lot of people play Daggerheart the same way that they play OSR games, right? They play it as a one shot. They play it as a fun adventure. They play it as a 3-session mini campaign, right? When Daring to Press announced that, like, oh, some of our friends are going to be playing, actually, sure. Oh, boohoo, Critical Role isn't going to be playing Daggerheart, but don't worry, some of our friends are. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then it was like 1 shots and like 2 shots, So Simon says, I like fiction first, but my reflavor shouldn't be weaker because of the fiction. Exactly, which is exactly not fiction first. That's the problem. Like, people, and again, it's not their fault. I'm not actually mad at anybody. Hey, Critical Role, never played it again. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just simply saying, and I'm just saying they're in a different place than me, and I don't know how to reach them in a way that doesn't feel preachy and terrible and gatekeepy and awful. And quite frankly, I also feel like, to a certain extent, like, I'm not going to try to. It's not my place to try to convince you that you're doing it wrong, right? Like, that's. So it's like, if you're not interested in playing the game correctly, like, I'm not going to sit there and try to, like, force you to adhere to my view of the game, No, we must lead a crusade of PBTA against the Reddit. Right, exactly. I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. Now, there are some things about the game that you are correct. So, like, one of them is Massacre says, well, the game is presented as both tactical and narrative, so can't blame people for leaning into the tactical side. Well, the problem is that they do lean into the tactical side. But the other side of it is the tactical side doesn't matter because you can, avoid death. Like, I'm not saying it's not fun. It's fun to push the buttons. It's fun to go through the dungeon. It's fun to do the things. But Daggerheart is giving the emulation of a tactical experience. It's really more about showing off and being cool than it is making, like, real, actual tactical choices. Now, to be fair, that's not unique to Daggerheart. That's unique to a whole lot of games. I feel that way about Fabula Ultima. I feel slightly disconnected from the Fabula Ultima community, including my own Patreon community. My own Patreon community is really obsessed with, like, the importance of combat, how tactical combat is, and building these really complex bosses and, like, these really complicated character builds and, like, kind of min-maxing and so that they can beat the game. Well, I don't think that matters because, my player, if you die, you surrender, you get bonus Fabula points. In fact, it's almost optimal to surrender. You're like, yeah, but the narrative will change. That's okay. That's cool. That makes it fun. Like, I'm not saying that my players are, like, playing to lose, but, like, who cares if I lose? It's not, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you can make choices and those choices can matter, but then being worried about, like, the importance and the balance of that is different, right? Tactical doesn't necessarily have to mean, like, binary win-lose. It just means you get to make choices and the choices matter. That's all. Kendall says, Kendall's take, not my take, Kendall's take. The problem is no one takes the game seriously. They don't want rules. They want FBT, but that FBT is just silly bullshit. Most players play the game like middle schoolers, in my experience. Strat says, that seems kind of like a trend in tactical TTRPGs currently, where the PC's dying is a shock to the players and kind of outside the overtone window. Yes, I agree. Yeah, I mean, if you look at old school D&D, if you look at B1, it's like the most worst dungeon of all time, right? In Search of the Unknown. Horrible. Terrible. Right? We've learned, we've gotten better. We know how to run. We have learned from 50 years of experience. Don't make your dungeons like that. Make them better. Make them good. So, right. Joe says, if I can't die in a game, it kind of feels like I'm being robbed of real risk. Right. And again, that's a whole separate issue about what is it that you're playing RPGs for. So death is definitely, no, here's the difference. Death is not needed to make a game tactical. Absolutely not. That has nothing to do with it. Tactical simply means that you make choices that matter. Right? There's a lot of buttons to push. That's kind of what tactical really kind of means in that respect. Well, I mean, that's a separate issue, Simon, about dying doesn't matter if you can just remake your character. Old school D&D solved that by saying, yeah, you do get to make a new character at level 1 with none of your stuff. Have fun. Enjoy the game. That's always the way we played it. The times when we played AD&D 2nd edition, 1st edition, basic D&D, if you died, you started level 1. So, yeah. Have fun. You know, I saw again, these are all isolated things, but they portray to paint a bigger picture. Like, you know, somebody was like, why don't I always just use my fear to activate the boss? Right. And they were describing like a fight, like the game rules say a solo should almost not be a solo, even though it's called a solo, right? You should always have some supporting characters in it. Right. And then somebody was like, okay, if I did that though, why wouldn't I just, when a player misses or rolls with fear, or I had a fear point available to me, why wouldn't I just only activate the boss only ever? And again, there's things that I talk about that I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the way that I would play, you know, Daggerheart, but I've talked about this before. Like if I have multiple enemies on a battlefield and some of those, and I'll give you an example. I'll go to again, this is me. 22-7, by the way. This is me. This is not officially sponsored by the powers that be. This is Derek. Okay. We got our Daggerheart. I gotta turn back on my thing here. Okay. All right, there we go. Let me make my pen a little thicker. Okay. So we've got our Daggerheart battlefield. Okay. Here's our Daggerheart battlefield. You know, there's a river of lava flowing across this battle as we're battling in the depths of the earth. Okay. And there's a bridge over the lava. Okay. And here come our heroic PCs, right? PC1, PC2, PC3, PC4. And we've got, of course, the what do we want to use for bad guys? We'll use yellow for bad guys. And we've got a big hulking, or whatever color that is. We've got a big hulking creature, I don't know, some sort of gigantic salamander, lizard, demon thing. And a couple more creatures over here. And then on the other side of the bridge, we have two, fire spitters, right? Serpent creatures that spit fire. Okay. And, the group does what the group does. We start describing the conversation. People start taking actions and all this other stuff. Now, again, I'm probably not right about this, but okay. The characters, this would be a fun 4E encounter. Yes, this is true. It would be. But the PCs start engaging. Apparently, this thing is, can I break this apart? No, apparently these are all part of the same layer. Anyways, imagine that the PCs, start attacking the monsters, and the monsters start attacking the PCs, and, everybody's going into it. And then, as I'm describing the battlefield, as people are making actions, as I'm taking actions, as the players are looking at me, I describe as the fire spitters begin, breathing in. And, then the spotlight is to the player, and I go, okay, wizard, what do you do? He goes, okay, I'm going to keep attacking this guy. And I go, okay, cool. Player does that. And then the player rolls success. They roll a success with hope. And Derek has 0 fear banked in his bank account. And they attack, and they get a success with fear. Guess what I'm doing? Golden opportunity. These fire spitters are attacking. You ignored them. I described what they were doing. I implied their threat. You have ranged attackers on the other side of a river of lava, unopposed, undeterred. They're going to keep spitting at you. But you didn't activate them with a fear roll. I don't give a fucking shit. That's not my job. It's a fiction first game. They're archers. Well, they're like, fire salamander demon archers, right? I'm using the rules of the game. Golden opportunity. They're unopposed. But you didn't spend a fear. I rolled success with hope. The spotlight remains with the players. That's what the rules say. And you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe that is what the rule says, but then those are terrible rules. But that isn't what the rules say, right? The rules say the GM can make a move whenever they want. And the rules say that the GM's primary job is to reflect the fiction. And the rules say that if the players give you a golden opportunity, that you should make a move. And not only that, I set up that move with a soft move. And the players chose to ignore it. So, yeah, I'm going to attack with all the monsters in my battlefield. Even if the players never roll a single roll with fear. Because it's unlikely that the players are appropriately and addressing every level of threat. Okay? Saying they're getting ready to shoot is also a move. That's correct. But guess what? I can make a move whenever I want, Boyko. The rules say I can. The rules say I can. So, yeah, I can make a move whenever I want. And one of the moves I might make is they're getting ready to shoot. Also, remember, I could also make a move whenever the players look to me and ask what's happening. So if somebody were to ask, what's going on the other side of the river lava? And I go, oh, the archers are beginning to prepare their fire volley. Okay. The player, by asking me a question, gave me that rule. But yes, that's what the rules say, but that's somehow not the way that people are playing it. And, so. Now, Julian, you can question about, the value of success with hope or whatever like that. But I mean, the problem is, if you didn't jump in after a success with hope, right? I mean, any other thing would generate a move for the GM anyways, right? I mean, because it would either be success with fear, failure with hope, or failure with fear. All three of which generate a GM's kind of, moment. And I disagree, Julian. I actually disagree. Because I think that the whole point is I am here to reflect the fiction. And it's a fiction first game, and you have ignored a threat, and that was a golden opportunity. Now, what I would agree, what I wouldn't do, unless I'm spending fear, I would never interrupt a golden opportunity. I'm sorry. I would never, if someone did a success with hope, I would never interrupt it with a hard move. Okay? Does that make sense? Right? In other words, I have already established in the fiction the soft move of these archers are a threat. You have an opportunity to deal with it. You did not. You succeeded with hope. I now feel compelled to make a golden opportunity to take a hard move. However, if I hadn't established the threat of that creature, then you succeed with hope. I wouldn't just go hard move, they attack. That feels a little bit, off to me. Unless I had a fear, in which case I would feel fine to interrupt. So, for example, let's say I hadn't set up the archers in a way that was really threatening. Okay. The player attacks. They succeed with hope. They get their hope. And I'm describing, they look to me to see what happens. I describe how this creature is being attacked from all sides. It's falling back. The ogre is starting to be overwhelmed and being pushed back towards the lava. The archers are preparing their volley. And then I give them back the spotlight. I made a series of very minor soft moves. Now the player does have the spotlight again. And remember, I like to control the spotlight. That's another thing that I do differently of the game, just for my sake of playing it. I don't like players managing the spotlight. But in any case, but now the player who's taking their turn knows what's up. These guys are pulling back their bows. This guy's falling back towards the lava. These guys are trying to start, they're starting to become overwhelmed. That's the current fictional state of our position. All right, player, what do you do? Well, I'm going to ignore the archers with bows. Okay, well, that's going to trigger a golden opportunity. I'm going to attack. I might even interrupt, and I might tell the player, like, okay, so you're ignoring the archers who are taking aim at you? Okay, and that's fine. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I just want to make sure that I'm reflecting the reality of the game. But what I just described is, I don't think it matters to most people. The way I think a lot of people, if I ran this and I did this on an actual play on a channel and other people found me and watched it, I think a lot of people would be upset. Like, they'd be like, oh, there's an old Knights of the Dinner Table comic where the enemies of the Knights of the Dinner Table send them to a bar, a biker bar, but they make them think it's a LARP, and they think it's a LARP, and then they get into a bar fight, and like the one guy's at the bar and they're watching their friend get beat up, and they're like, he's attacking too many times per round. He's not giving Bob a chance to parry. And it kind of like reminds me, reminds me of like how I think a lot of people would respond. They're like, he activated those monsters and he didn't spend a fear. The player succeeded with hope. What's going on? He's cheating. Right. We call it combat as theater. That's the term that we have come up with. Cat. We have CAS, right? Combat as sport. We have CAW, combat as war. And then we have CAT, combat as theater. Correct. That's right. Exactly. That was the term that we came up with. And in fact, it made a lot of sense when you think about combat as war and you think about combat as sport. And then you start remembering GNS, right? You've got simulationist, gamist. Okay, so what's the narrativist component? Oh, I didn't bring up my PDF viewer. Okay, it makes more sense when you think about combat as war, combat as sport, and then you think about the existence of GNS, and you think about S, G. Well, what is the N? Combat. It's combat as theater. There is no point to the metacurrency, Kendall. At all. That's the answer. Also, keep in mind, I'm not going to make a hard move unless the players fail or they trigger a golden opportunity. So the objective of fear, the fear point lets me spend, lets me make a hard move without needing fictional standpoint. I mean, the game is made up and the points don't matter. So, for example, I've talked about this before. If the players look to you, soft move. If you're showing how the world reacts, soft move. If they fail, medium move. If they fail with hope. If they fail, apparently I cannot control Z anymore. That ability has been lost to me. If they succeed, with fear, hard move. If they fail with fear, this is my rhetoric, but it's also kind of based on the game. As hard as I want. Fear. So the only instances in which I can make as hard of a move as I want are when they fail with fear or they trigger a golden opportunity. Fear points allow me to make as hard of a move as I want, even in any of these other circumstances. Okay? So from a PBTA perspective, would I ever just have archers show up on the scene and start shooting people and dealing damage? No, that's a hard move. I might do that if a player failed with fear. I might do that if there was a golden opportunity. Now, in Daggerheart, if I had fear to spend, I might spend the fear and say, a bunch of archers show up and they start shooting at you immediately. That's a very hard move. Now, without the fear, I might make archers show up, right? I might show how the world reacts when they look to me. I might make a soft move. Archer reinforcements have arrived and are taking up positions on the nearby ridge line. What do you do, right? Remember, always end your statements in PBTA and in Daggerheart with, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Fear allows me to cheat because in PBTA, I don't have that option. In PBTA, I am limited to just this. Okay? Except instead of failing with fear, it's a 6-, basically. Okay? And we technically don't have this, right? We just have 7 to 9. And it's kind of more of a medium move. So this is a little bit more, it's actually Daggerheart in some ways is more complicated than PBTA from that perspective. The fear point spend is a Daggerheart initiative. So I said in my GM advice series that I view spotlighting an adversary as medium. And the reason why I view spotlighting an adversary as a medium move is precisely because you have to make an attack roll in Daggerheart and you can miss. So it's actually less hard than you think. In fact, to the point where you shouldn't even be thinking, oh, I need the hardest possible move to spotlight, you know? Like you should feel free to fucking attack because they can miss, right? In normal PPTA, the GM doesn't make attack rolls. So, if you deal damage as established, if you inflict harm as established, you're just dealing damage straight up. In this game, there's still an attack roll, so you can actually feel a little bit safer. Now, examples of hard moves are the stuff that people, were losing their minds. So, good night, Kendall. Good talking to you. We had a super chat from friend Dirty Phil. Just got off work, supporting the effort. Don't read this. Thanks for the outlet. Not watching the Super Bowl. Yeah, Dirty Phil. I appreciate it. Looks like there's 2 minutes left. Great. Thank you, Dirty Phil. Appreciate you, buddy. By the way, Dirty Phil, I finally got the stuff packed up, so I'm actually going to finally be sending it out this week. Also, it's been like 4 degrees here, so I've been like really hesitant to like actually go into the post office and do that. So, but yes, stuff is going out. Cynical Dragon says, is it still a soft move to introduce a threat and have it be 50 archers instead of half a dungeon? Yep. Soft move. I mean, obviously, as a GM, this is where your principles and your agenda come into the play, right? One of your jobs is to, reflect the fictional reality of the world, right? Like if the party is in a sealed chamber and all of a sudden 50 archers appear, that might not feel very reasonable. But if the party is attacking the outskirts of a base or a town or a fortification, and as a soft move, you describe the sound of dozens of chain hauberks clinking and clashing and the groaning of strings as a contingent of archers shows up to support your attack, that makes sense. Then, yeah, okay, I'm supporting the fiction, and I think that is still a soft move. So now Wayne says, yes, but in a fiction first game, 50 archers may mean when they fire, you die. And so it's debatable to me that Daggerheart is actually fiction first. That's a great point. But fiction first doesn't necessarily mean simulationism. Remember, this is also a game world where characters can leap into the sky and summon eclipses. So we do have to take that into consideration when we're considering what fiction first really means. Right? So the nice thing about Daggerheart is that 5 or 50 archers is not mentally or mechanically taxing. Correct. There's a lot of advantages. I mean, to be clear, in PBTA, it's 100%. There's zero overlay for it. But yes, it is a lot easier to resolve, which is great. Correct. Yes, look, there's still a reason I love Blades in the Dark. I love the idea of desperate and controlled and risky, and I love everything about it, Simon. It makes it, for me, it is, again, Blades in the Dark is not my favorite role-playing game, but it is by far the easiest role-playing game for me to GM. It just fits with my mental model of how GMing works. Wei says, could you give some confirmation questions on what is a soft versus medium versus hard move that a GM could ask themselves to make the right move? Wei, it's honestly entirely up to you. That's what makes your table your table. And, you know, if you want to make harder moves, your table's going to be a little bit rougher, a little bit grittier, a little bit harder, a little bit, you know, meaner, a little bit more Age of Umbra. If you're making softer moves, then your players are going to feel a little bit more like big damn heroes, and they're going to have the opportunity to react before things happen to them. They're going to be put in the driver's seat. They're going to be reacting they're going to be acting on threats rather than reacting to being attacked and taking damage. They will always have that opportunity to, you know, sort of take the stance. And again, it's also it's not fudging, because it's very much the point of the game. Like the difference of, you know, the ogre busts in the door, moves in and smashes you is a lot different than the door's hinges groan, the ogre smashes his way through and bellows as he enters into the room. What do you do? It's the exact same situation, but I am giving the players an opportunity to react. I'm sorry, did I dodge your question? I didn't actually, maybe I misunderstood your question. Sorry. What is a confirmation question? I mean, the answer, maybe I don't know. Maybe give a better example, or give rephrase your question maybe a little bit, and I'll try to answer it. I'm sorry if I did that wrong. There you go. Record it, send it to me, and let me know. GURPS lost hard. That's true. Absolutely. Things like number of enemies is a big way to respect tone. And it also respects the fiction of the world that you're in. But the PB, maybe this is a better question. Is it irrevocable? Is it respondable? Those are usually the questions that determine how soft or hard a move is. Okay? Being knocked to the ground, soft. Being knocked off a cliff, hard. The ogre smashes you with a club, take 12 damage, hard. The ogre raises his club about you, preparing to smash you. What do you do? Soft. So if you answer those two questions, maybe that's a better way of answering your question. Way, is it irrevocable? Is it respondable? Those are the answers. And if the answer is it irrevocable? Is it irrevocable? No. Is it respondable? No. Or I should say, is it irrevocable? I don't know why I use the negative one here. I'll say, is it revocable? Yes. Is it respondable? Yes. Well, then it's a very soft move indeed. Is it revocable? No. Is it respondable? No. Then that's a very hard move indeed. Right? The GM just shows up and describes how the ogre, maybe your character has a shield or something, or armor, right? And the GM is playing like there's like a metal mage, right? And the GM spends a fear. The GM gets to make a move. And the GM describes, and maybe, again, part of the fun of the game is, making you feel like that. The GM goes, the metal mage's eyes, flash over with a gray sheen as they suddenly start reaching out their hand and crushing your armor. Your armor rips apart and explodes. Mark all of your armor slots and take as much HP damage as armor slots that you just marked. Was that respondable? No. Was it revocable? No. Is that a very hard move? Yes. So I guess the answer would be, if you answer yes to both of these, it's a soft move. If you answer no to both of these, it's a hard move. If you answer yes and no, or no and yes, maybe it's in the middle. So there you go. That's my answer. And apparently I gave you the answer that you wanted. There you go. By the way, this is going to tell you a lot. Now, I have a bit of a captive audience here. Okay. Hold on a sec. So I'm going to make a poll here. The example I just gave, right, where the enemy metal mage raised his hands kind of Magneto style, right? And, to your full plate wearing Guardian character, and then proceeds to like shred away your armor, exploding it, causing the shards to rip you apart, marking all of your armor slots, destroying your armor, by the way, and also making you cause a bunch of damage. Does that example fill you with anger, disappointment, excitement, or amazement? And unfortunately, again, I could be wrong. This audience might have a very different response to this poll. And by the way, feel free to answer how you want to. The answer is that a lot of people are going to answer in the wider audience are going to answer anger, right? And at Woodland Fellowship, yes, I you know what? I spent a fear. I spent a fear today. Oh, you're saying I respond with fear, Well, that's the thing, Mark Clore. The game allows me to spend fear points to make as hard of a move as I want. That is what fear does. That is the advantage. Now, I would honestly, if I was doing that, by the way, if I spent a fear to activate the if I spent a fear to have the metal mage go, I would probably spend another fear, or maybe even two fear, just because that seems awesome. And I want the players to feel like, oh, this was a really big, horrible, cheaty moment, and I want to, I want this to be really cool about it. But yeah, so that answer, I think, is kind of where we're at with the, where we're at in terms of the answer of this. Yeah, this is like the villain, you're fighting. Yeah, no, to be clear, like I'm assuming that you're fighting some, villain from the game, I'm saying you're in the middle of a fight with this guy and he is the metal mage, he's Magneto. He's what's her name? Kuvira. Kuvira is actually who I was inspired by. Right, and then here's the key thing: the adversary stat block doesn't even remotely have that ability. So again, in my experience, there are just different people who respond differently to effects. Which reminds me, actually, I'm going to do it tonight. I meant to do it the other day, but we did reach a chat. I have to make Bob's birthday bash public. Bob's birthday bash was us playing PBTA. It was playing Dungeon World. Actually, it was us playing World of Dungeons. Bob made an attack roll. He missed. It was Bob's turn. He made an attack roll. He missed. And an orc kicked him off the side of a cliff, and Bob had to choose between either losing his backpack and everything in it or losing his weapon. That was it. I got to make as hard of a move as I want, and the move I made was he's knocked off of a cliff, and you either have to lose your back, or you could die. You could also technically choose to die. You either have to lose your backpack and everything in it, or you have to lose your weapon. Which do you pick, Bob? And Bob loves that. He thinks that's one of the greatest moments in his gaming life that's ever happened to him, ever. I'm going to go out on a limb and say like 95% of people who play TTRPGs, which yes, includes a lot of people who play trad RPGs, BF2, 5e, would be incensed beyond belief at that moment, right? They would be so angry that would be the worst. They'd be on Reddit immediately, bitching, Wayne Peacock, much more fun than sports ball. Wayne, thank you. So Bob thought it was great. He thought it was amazing. He loved it. Other people, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, not so much. Right. Now the dragon in Dungeon World doesn't have an arm ripping off move, but you know what? It seemed appropriate to the fiction that on a hard move, the dragon might rip off the arm of a monster. Strat says, my favorite PF1 session is dying from full hit points in one attack to a mimic because I stepped into melee just so I could preserve a casting of color spray. There you go. It's true, Dr. Waves. Nobody cares about it. Actually, in Dungeon World, right? It's a quantum backpack, right? You have 3 or 5 uses of adventuring supplies, right? Now, to be clear, Julian, giving the player a choice is me making that move slightly less slightly less hard than it would otherwise be. Because I could just say, your weapon gets knocked from your grasp and goes sailing over the edge of the cliff. That is a very hard move, right? It is both irrevocable and irrespondable. By giving you a choice, I'm at least giving you a little bit of a chance to respond. So I would call that move medium hard. And you know how I make that decision? Boy, I don't know. I just go with the flow. I look at my players. I feel the energy in the room. I feel the director's flow of what this combat would look like. And, uh-oh. Looks like we got 10 seconds left in what apparently was a blowout Super Bowl. But 29-13, Seattle Seahawks with the thing. With the vibe, with the victory. Hard move. Boyko says, can you repair the armor afterwards? Maybe, maybe not. How unique is the armor? Maybe it's super unique. At the end of the day, a fiction first game cares about the fiction. It doesn't care about the game as much, So again, it's not for everybody, Boyko. And you know what? It's not always for me. I love 4th edition D&D. And that shit, that would not be kosher in 4th edition D&D. Mateo says, the regional manager at my job is going to be in such a shit mood for the next few weeks. Yes. Emotional damage. So it looks like it was a complete and utter rout. I mean, you know what? At least the Patriots got a touchdown. I mean, they had a nice fourth quarter. 13 points in the fourth quarter. Just brutal to score nothing for the first 45 minutes of the game. But yeah, I mean, you're playing a PBTA game because you want to engage in drama. The game is drama. The game isn't fair. The game isn't balanced. The game isn't tactical in that respect. To those people, I say, man, let me tell you something. There's some really good war games out there. Let me recommend some. There's some really good skirmish games. You should play them. So you want to talk about builds? Let me talk about building an army list, okay? You put yourself together a little 2,000 point Warhammer army, okay? You're going to have yourself all the building you can handle. StarCraft is coming out. Warmahordes is the shit. I don't know what it is now. I think it's actually, I had a very long conversation with a Warmahorde guy because it got bought by a new company. It's not owned by Privateer Press. And I think it was actually at last year's Gen Con. And this guy was so stoked because he'd been trying to pitch Warmahordes to people like all convention. It was like on Sunday. And I was like the first person who'd been playing, I played like first edition, maybe second edition. Anyways, it's now owned by a different company. And apparently I guess they kind of tried to re-preserve some of the effects of the game, but it was an amazing game. I loved Signar. I loved Kador. I didn't mind the Protectorate of Menoth. I hated all the hordes, even though I thought they were cool. I did like how they used the same system, but it was different, right? Instead of focus, it was fury. They both used Fs. One was called a warcaster. One was called a warlock. I love that symmetry. Anyways, it's a great game. It's got great lore. It's good. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are back. Honestly, Warhammer Old World is a great game. I just cannot play it because, number one, I don't have a place to play it anymore. Number two, I just can't play a game, a war game anymore it's that crunchy. As Smith once said, many people playing TTRPGs should actually be playing war game. Yes, correct. I never actually read the Iron Kingdom RPG. I heard good things about it, but I never actually read it. But I do know that the original first edition, second edition of War Machine / War, Hordes was awesome. It was a great miniatures game. They had such a great community focus. They had a great tournament focus. They cared about their balance. It wasn't just like, there were literally rules in Warhammer, like 7th edition or 8th edition, where it's like, yeah, the rules might not make sense, but you know what? If you can't come up with an agreement on the rules, have a good mug of tea. Each of you and your opponent roll a d6, and whoever rolls higher, their interpretation of the rule wins. That was the rule. It was crazy. To the point where you could use like re-rolls that existed in the game, like to re-roll to hits, and you could use it on that roll. And the game encouraged that wasn't now the rule from now on. It goes, the next time that situation comes up, you should still roll the die if you still disagree, and maybe your opponent's version of the rule affects this time. Anyways. Right. Yeah, like I think also too, Simon, there's a lot of people who play TTRPGs and they don't realize it, but they actually want a competitive game. And maybe they don't know that they want a competitive game, or maybe they do deep down, but they're like afraid because they're afraid they're going to suck or something, and they don't want like the pressure of playing a competitive game. And so they play role-playing games, but they try to turn them into war games, which makes sense because originally D&D came from war games, which is fine. But now as RPGs have become more and more about like storytelling, it really is frictional, between the two camps. Absolutely. 100%. Playing Gloomhaven is what a lot of TTRPG players actually want. Full stop. And what's crazy is the people who want a super tactical dungeon crawler game don't play Descent, or they don't play Gloomhaven. They play 5e D&D. And then the people who want a really deep, immersive narrative storytelling game, they don't play, Wander Home or, PBTA. They play 5e D&D. It makes no sense, but here we have it. I don't know what to say. Correct. I vary from moment to moment, and that's why I like different games, but it's also why I play different other games. I try to play war games. I try to play board games, right? So I have a bunch of different stuff. So, well, Super Bowl is over. Congrats to the Seattle Seahawks. Seattle's a lovely town. Boston is okay. I prefer Seattle over Boston. So yeah, there we go. So this was a lot of fun. Hey, just as an FYI, by the way, thank you to TAS Agent. We had a couple people chip in today, so really shout out to that. Thank you to Wayne, Dirty Phil, Nixley, Cal, Clobster Roll, Borgie for the Prime sub, Sorrell for the super chat, Roman for the super chat, Scotty 48 got to start us off with a $35 tip. Thank you to everybody. Roman Bardic gifted the FL4G, had a gifted sub. Thank you so much for that. Remember, if you want to support us and you don't want to give me any money for real, you can support us on Twitch for free if you have Amazon Prime. It gives us like $3 a month. You have to do it every month, but it's free. You're paying for it, so you might as well make do with it. But thank you to TS Agent for all the tips tonight. That was really awesome. Had fun with that. Hopefully we covered a lot of ground. We started our AD&D run through. We talked about PBTA. We talked about OSR. We talked about Daggerheart. We talked about Year Zero engine. I don't even remember what else we talked about. We talked quite a bit. And it was a lot of fun. Strat says, as we're on random topics, I've spent all night, morning, yesterday reading Wilderfeast, and it's definitely insanely queer culturally. Yes, the game is, I believe, made by a non-binary person. So I would hardly again, and like the main character or the main gods in the setting are is a gay couple. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think it is an element of queer coding in there. You know, it's a very queer game made by queer people. But fundamentally, I still think the game is mostly anti-corporation. So, all right, Mr. Goats, have a good night. I was going to say, I'm not sure what the schedule is going to be like this week. Tuesday, I have to pick up my roommate from the airport. She's getting back at like 6. So unfortunately, that's going to be like right in the middle of our normal Tuesday night game session, or maybe it's like 6:30 or something. So it's like terrible for our purposes. So if I do stream Tuesday, it'll probably be a late night stream. But we have a lot of stuff to do. We still have a bunch of first looks. We have first looks, second looks, draw steal, Moria. Evan wants to come back from Nimble. It's been a lot of stuff, but yeah. How does Beast Feast from Daggerheart compare to Wilder Feast? I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of Beast Feast. So, Boyko, I'm going to guess that there's some similarities, simply because Beast Feast, I believe, is inspired by Dungeon Meshi, and Wilder Feast is inspired by Dungeon Meshi. I will say that in Wilder Feast, when you eat a monster, you gain its abilities. It's completely diegetic. There's no levels. So that alone is probably a bit of a difference. So I'm not sure. No problem, Millbrook. Well, thanks for joining us. It's very hard anti-capitalism in all its forms, not just anti-corporation. Yeah, fair enough, Strat. I would say, if you want to be really specific, I would say it's more anti-corporation, but yes, it is definitely anti-capitalist. Hey, listen, we're hanging out. Super Bowl over. Who cared? Hey, can I ask you a question? I mean, yeah, sure. Everybody else is. Do you do first looks before talk to the designer stuff, or is it kind of whatever? It's kind of whatever. I mean, most of the time we've usually done a first look beforehand anyways, so it is. Got it. Right. Yeah, I mean, Wilder Feast is literally a game about, eating monsters and gaining their, and eating monsters and cooking monsters, and the whole thing is about that. So I see. Well, I mean, you do have to release a game. But yes, we would probably want to take a first look at it, because that way I know what I'm talking about. Like, having an interview with you when I don't know the game is a little bit weird and awkward. So it's easier if I get into that. Alrighty. Well, happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody. I'll see you when I see you, hopefully on the patreon.com/nightslastcall. We'd love to have you there. Join the fun, be part of the conversation, play some games with some great folks. We'd love to see you there. Otherwise, we'll see you next time. Oh, we had a couple of questions. Do I ever look at solo RPGs? I haven't yet, but it's also not it's not been my area of expertise. So, but there's not a possibility, I am verboten from talking about that, Dirty Phil. Spending Sundays playing Commander is awesome. I want to make a hack of Wilder Feast that is Highlander-esque. You kill other immortals and gain their powers. Throw in heroic deeds and fate, and boom. That actually doesn't sound that bad, actually. Simon, it depends. The answer is yes. Obviously, there's not as many as there are in other time zones. It also depends on whether or not our mega games are going on. Right now, both of our mega games are currently on their annual hiatus. As we end one season, start the next season, everybody restarts and starts over. That can change things up, but generally speaking, there's usually good playing times for everybody. But I would be lying to you if I didn't say, NA is North America is definitely, where most of the people are and where most of the games are. But we had an anonymous tip.
Anonymous tipped $15. I'm watching your other stream. I'm wondering, in terms of your positions on role-playing and doing the voice and controlling your character for the role. If you're Boromir, how do you die?
I'm not sure what you meant by that. I'm wondering if you're in your position of role playing and doubting the voice and controlling your character for the role. If you're Boromir, how do you die? Like why would I die in that moment? I'm assuming you're talking about the dagger splaining video. Well, the reason why I'm dying is because I think it would be a cool story. And presumably the GM is threatening my Hobbit allies with death or capture or, death. And I say, hey, can I go out on a heroic last stand? Oh, like, how do I role play your death? That's great question. Probably not as well as Sean Bean did and the writers of Lord of the Rings and the author of Tolkien. Yeah, I mean, I would probably just say, my character goes out, I heroically scream. I charge into the nearest 5 orcs. I start hacking them apart. As arrow after arrow sinks into me and I fall to my knees and, I eventually, but am I probably going to have my cat, I would have gone with you, my brother, my captain, my king. I mean, I'd like to think that I could, but the truth of the matter is no. I mean, I'm not going to make anything that good. Hopefully it's not too cringy. I'd rather, end at the top, start, end at the beginning so that I can go out a bit, I probably would say something in character. If I knew me, I would probably say like something like, don't give up the ship, embracing the cringe is part of the fun. I am just really susceptible to cringe. It's just like a genetic thing. Cringe makes me very uncomfortable. And yeah. So I try to get out before the cringe. Right, exactly. Like by the time we get to the cringe, it's too late. So I try to get out early, Yeah, so for me, I don't care about the performance. What I care about is on a more macro scale, is that, again, there's a quote from the Conan movie in which he prays to Crom, and it's not exactly the truth, but he basically says something like, actually, let me read the quote, the prayer to Crom from Conan the Barbarian. He's never prayed to Crom before, by the way. He says, no one. There he goes. He says, Crom, I have never prayed to you before. I have no tongue for it. No one, not even you, will remember if we were good men or bad, why we fought or why we died. All that matters is that 2 stood against many. That's what's important. Valor pleases you, Crom. So grant me one request. Grant me revenge. And if you do not listen, then to hell with you. Now, the idea of that speech is that he's saying, like, look, it doesn't really matter what we were doing. What matters is that 2 stood against many. And so for me, I don't really care what was, especially from a role-playing game, I don't really care what was said or why my character died or who my character fought for. What I care about is that 1 stood against many and was willing to lay down his life. The bigger concept of it is what is interesting to me, and that's what I really, really like. That's what I'm more interested in. I'm not interested in the dialogue as much. I mean, I like good dialogue as much as anybody, but I'm more interested in this idea that like the hero was willing to lay down his life and for what reason and why, I don't really care about the details. And so it's the same thing. When Conan prays to Crom, he's not trying to convince him, oh, I'm a good guy and, whatever. All that matters is that 2 stood against many. That's what's important. The broader concepts. I don't know, Mateo. It's it is a thing. Well, to be clear, I don't get embarrassed easily. In fact, it's almost impossible for me to be embarrassed. But I do feel secondhand embarrassment very often. So that's a great way to put it. I'm almost never embarrassed. In fact, I almost never am. Yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult for me to feel embarrassed. But I feel secondhand embarrassment a lot. Like I feel bad for people who are feeling bad, but I never feel bad about myself. Does that make sense? In fact, the only time I'm really sad is when other people are sad. Like when I go to a funeral, I really cry. But even if depending on how I feel, what really gets me is seeing how upset other people are. And it's not like fake. I'm like, I genuinely feel bad for them, you know, but I don't like value, like, I don't really think about myself in that way. It's more of like, wow, I feel so horrible that they are feeling so bad. Or I feel so embarrassed that I feel so bad for them, you know? So yes, I'm like very empathetic to other people's feelings. Yeah. So anyways, thank you for those final questions. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you next time on Nights of Last Call. Peace out. Good night, everybody.